Okay, so sorry everyone about the delay. We had some technical difficulties, and so I apologize for the late start. Um, but we're going to go ahead and jump right in, and we're going to read segments of Adaira Gardner's preliminary hearing. Basically, I've picked out the parts that are the most significant, which show inconsistencies and lies that we'll point out later in the trial transcripts that we'll read tonight as well. So we're going to do segments of the preliminary. I'm going to read the parts for Adaira. Jack is going to read the parts for Daniel's defense counsel, Scott Adams. Kay is going to read the part of the dirty prosecutor, Gayland Gieger. And later, Susan will be reading the part for Adaira's mother, Amanda Gates, but that's not till the very end. In the meantime, she's going to read parts for the judge, the court. So having said all that, we're going to, Kay, I'm going to need you to kind of help prompt me when to play the different little clips, the audio clips that we have as well.
Oh, snap. Okay.
The one I'm going to remember just because of what it is, but some of the other ones I might get lost in. So,
okay.
Where the heck is my?
Oh, I talked to Daniel earlier while you're finding your file.
Okay.
He said thanks to everyone especially for the people who helped crowdsource these transcripts so that we could actually finally bring them to everyone. And just for all the support. Told him about Dr. Silkman coming on next week to have the chat with Rhonda and whoever else is going to be on the panel. Not sure how that's formatted yet, but he's really excited and grateful and thankful that people are digging into the case. That's what he's always wanted.
Yeah. Yep. So we have Colette, Darkside, Case 10, and Dr. Silkman in the chat. Since there's just so few, I wanted to make sure I said hello to everybody that's in the chat so far. So welcome and thank you. Like Kay mentioned, we did crowdsource the entire trial transcript for Adaira's case, just because we don't want to leave anything out. Her case is the main case of the whole thing. So we're going to start with the court. Susan, would you go ahead and start with line 1?
Sure. Facing out toward the lectern, would you please state your name?
Adaira Gardner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Gieger. Mr. Gieger, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. May I have just 1 minute, please?
You may. Adaira Gardner was called as a witness after having been first duly sworn and testified as follows.
Adaira, can you tell me how old you are, ma'am?
17.
And if I can, I would like to talk to you a little bit about an incident that happened back in June of 2014. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Did you have contact with a police officer?
Yes, I did. Okay, now we're going to jump to this part where Gieger starts talking about some specifics. Sorry.
Okay. So he took you in that in his police car?
Yes, he did.
Did you sit in the front seat or in the back seat?
Back.
Okay. Did he go straight to your mom's house?
Yeah.
Okay. When you got to your mom's house, what happened?
He kept on saying that like I was lying about who I was. And then he was like, well, like he told me to get out. He let me out, and then he kept asking me if I had any drugs on me. I said, no, I don't. He already had like looked through my purse earlier. So I was wondering, it was kind of suspicious to me.
Miss Gardner, the first time he came into contact, when Face was with you, he went through your possessions. He went through your purse. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he went through my purse when he ran my name. Okay, we're going to jump.
Do you know if he put a condom on?
No, I don't. I was facing this way and he was behind me.
Do you know if he ejaculated? Do you know what that means?
I know what that means. I don't know if he did, but I didn't have any signs of him doing it. So if you remember back to the recorded police interview, and I know it's been a couple weeks, but Kim Davis made that really bizarre claim when she asked her that question, and she said, like when we have sex, we kind of drain afterwards. It was so disgusting and cringe, but at any rate, so because she didn't have any signs, but now during the preliminary, she's saying, I didn't have any signs of him doing it. That's definitely a prompt from Kim Davis during the police interview. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Didn't feel like he did?
No, it didn't.
Okay. Why did he stop, or how did he stop, or do you know?
He just stopped suddenly and he pulled out, and I just like pulled my shorts back up and stuff. And he said, like, I might be back to see you later.
That's what he said?
Yeah, it's something like that, or I'll see you later, or...
Then he left?
Then he left.
He left you standing on the porch?
Yep, I'm still on my porch. It was dark, and...
What'd you do then?
I just stood there.
What were you thinking?
Why? What? Like, I was confused and I was shocked and I didn't know what to think and I didn't know what to do. Like, what am I going to do? Call the cops? He was a cop.
Was your mom home?
No, she was at work.
What did you do?
I stood there for a minute and I tried to get in my house and I still couldn't. So I walked around a little bit, like up and down the street, and then I walked to my neighbor's house. He's not my neighbor, but he lives a few houses down. And I asked him to let me in my house because he could open the door with a card better than I could.
Did you tell him about what happened?
Not at the time.
Okay. Was there somebody else that you could tell?
No.
He let you in the house?
He let me in the house.
Now, back on June of 14, after you said this event happened with Officer Holtzclaw, you could agree with me your mother gets home after 3 or 4 hours after your contact with Officer Holtzclaw?
She gets home late at night.
And you didn't tell her about any of these events?
No, I did not at the time.
Well, in fact, all you told her is that you met a hot cop?
No.
Did you know that that's...
I never said that.
Do you know where your mother got that information that you met a hot cop?
I never said I met a hot cop. So that information would be false. I think we might
Is this... I think I'm reading Jack's
this
part,
Scott
because
Adams,
this is
yeah. Sorry.
super
Sorry,
organized.
Jack.
So this is cross.
Yeah, that was cross. Sorry. And
I'll
this
get
is
off
by
your...
Gieger.
Oh, right in time. I'll get off
Sorry,
your part
Jack.
right in time to take it back.
I didn't mark
Sorry,
that. I
Jack.
apologize.
First of all, was there ever a time that you can remember talking to your mother about a police officer that you thought he asked you about the hot cop comment? Did you ever talk to your mom about another police officer or anything like that?
No,
Or did that just never happen?
I talked to my mom about meeting cute guys, but never about police officers.
You and your mom get along very well?
We do. Okay, so that's all that we're going to read in the preliminary. But this here, down here on line 17, where she says, Adaira says, I talked to my mom about meeting cute guys. That's another prompt from Kim Davis during the recorded police interview that we watched a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, very interesting as far as I'm concerned. So now what we'll do is we'll start with, let me just get over here to, we're going to start with the actual trial, the testimony at the trial from Adaira Gardner. It's going to start off with Gayland Gieger. We're going to go straight through this. We're not going to be doing any page jumping or anything. So this is going to be a straight read through, and yeah, I hope that you all find it very interesting, especially as we get through to cross-examination and direct. It gets really, really interesting. So we'll just start. Susan, if you don't mind reading the court and the report and the court reporter if she says anything,
Sure.
and we'll get started.
The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Adaira Gardner.
Ma'am, if you would step right before me. All right. If you'll have a seat over here in this chair. Once you get situated, pull that microphone right around in front of you. If you would state your name and spell it for us, please.
Adaira Gardner, Adaira Gardner.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Gieger, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss
Adaira
Gardner.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Miss Gardner, can you tell me how old you are, please?
I'm 18 years old.
What's your birthday?
January 9th of 1997.
In the month of June 2014, how old were you?
I believe I was 17.
17?
Yeah, just turned 17 January, that past January.
Ma'am, at that time, can you tell the jury a little bit about your living conditions during the spring and early summer of June 2014?
Well, I was staying with my boyfriend beforehand, but he was in jail, so I was living between like Muskogee and my mom's house. I was just living like house to house.
Okay. Ma'am, why did you do you have relations or people you know in Muskogee?
Yes, my father lives there, and I have like a few friends, and my sister lives there as well.
And who lives here in Oklahoma City that you know?
My mom.
Where does your mom live in Oklahoma City?
She lives on Northwest 14th and Blackwelder. Well, between Indiana and Blackwelder on Northwest 14th.
On 14th between Indiana and Blackwelder?
Yes.
And ma'am, during that time, whenever you would come to Oklahoma City, would you stay with your mother or would you stay other places or both?
I just came in town to visit my mom. That was my main objective. But I would go hang out with my friends and stuff too. Still summertime.
Describe for me a little bit about how you would characterize your relationship with your mother back then.
I wouldn't really characterize it. Can you restate the question, like rephrase it?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Let me use a different word. Did you and your mom get along very well back then? How would you describe?
Oh, no, not at all. but we did sometimes.
Okay, kind of describe your relationship for me with her, not details.
Back then,
Yeah, back then.
uh, well, it was kind of hostile. It's probably on my part because I was still young and I was going through a lot because he was in jail. But I wasn't very understanding of her and I wasn't respectful of her as I should have been. So it wasn't good.
Miss Gardner, back in June of 14, do you remember an occasion where you came into contact with a police officer? Just let me ask it that way. Do you remember that?
17?
When you were 17, back in June of 2014.
Yeah. I do remember that.
And ma'am, was there a day that you came in contact with him more than one time?
Yes, there was.
That's the day I want to talk about, okay?
All right.
Tell me about what you remember happening that day.
I just got to Oklahoma City. I didn't know the neighborhood very well, so I was walking with my friends, Face and Chocolate. Face and Chocolate, yeah. And I was trying to get back home and I was trying to get them to tell me which way it was. But first, we just walked around the neighborhood.
Let me just ask you this, just stop you right here. Face and Chocolate, do you know their real names?
Yes, I do now.
Did you know them back then?
Yeah, I found them out like a little bit afterwards. We were just getting acquainted like around then.
Okay, so the people n- now, so the people know you're talking about. So the people know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
What are their names? What's Face's name?
Face's name is Nathaniel Davis.
Okay, and how is he? Was he a juvenile as well at the time, or was he an adult?
No. He was well over 40, I believe.
Okay, and what about Chocolate? What's her name?
Chocolate, her name is Melody Coleman.
And was she a juvenile at the time as well?
She was 19, I believe, or 18, about to be 19, but she was just above juvenile, so she was legal.
You didn't know these individuals very well, but you had them as acquaintances in your neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys, the three of you, anyone else with you, or was it just the three of you?
Just us three.
What were you doing?
We were walking back from, there's a store. We were walking back like from Blackwelder towards my house because I asked them to show me back the way home.
So you were going, you do you know if Blackwelder goes north, south?
Blackwelder's Blackwelder. Okay. Well, this is Northwest 14th would run like this. Blackwelder runs like this. Indiana runs like this. So I think Blackwelder would run, since that's north, it would run east and west, wouldn't it?
You know what?
I'm not sure about streets.
Don't worry about directions.
I don't drive.
You were walking towards your house.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Blackwelder's like this.
And I didn't mean to confuse you.
I'm sorry.
And you're walking to your house. That's fine. You're trying to get to 14th Street.
Yeah. I think I was finna turn on 10th or something.
What what goes on? What's happening?
So they're arguing and like he's screaming at her and she's screaming at him. And then a cop rolls up and he's like, I got a call about a man threatening a woman. And they're like, there's no threats. They're just arguing.
So Face and Chocolate were arguing
Yes, they were.
and they're screaming.
He was screaming at her. She wasn't really screaming like that. She's trying to de escalate it.
Were you involved in that fight?
No, not at all.
So the cop rolls up and he says, "I got a call." What happens after that?
He sits us down. Well, first, I think he sits me and Chocolate down and puts Face in the car and starts, I don't know. I guess he runs his name, questions him for whatever, then he lets him go. Then I don't remember if he talked to me or Chocolate first,
Okay.
but
He talks to you as well.
yeah, he talks to me as well.
What does the officer say to you?
He asks what my name is, and he's finna go over my name. And I was like, I got warrants from this ticket like last year, but it's just city tickets. And he's like, I think he went and ran my name. He went to the car, standing in front, because first I was sitting on the curb when I got talked to Chocolate. I was sitting on the curb. Then he came back and talked to me. I stood up. So he's asking me what my name is or whatever. He runs my name. Then he comes out and he says something like, "Yeah, you have a couple warrants, but you can take care of those before you turn 18." So I'm going to come
Miss
back to these call boxes real quick. When she's talking about, she tells Daniel, the officer, that she's got warrants. In the recorded police interview with Davis, Adaira said the officer told her that she had a warrant and she asked him what it was for. And there's no record in the police report or anywhere else that she told the officer that she had warrants. So that's a memory issue, maybe, who knows? But and then so then she says, "But you can take care of those before you turn 18." That was never said anywhere in the recorded police interview, and it was never put in the police report that was said. Um, so she says during the recorded police interview that the officer told her that she needed to get him paid, just get it paid as soon as possible. So, sorry. Go ahead, Kay.
Miss Gardner, let me ask you a few things about what you just told me, okay?
Uh-huh.
Whenever he asked you your name, did you tell him the truth?
Yes, I did.
What name did you give him?
Adaira Gardner.
And did I understand you to say you actually told him you knew about some warrants you had?
Yeah,
Okay. Were those warrants in Oklahoma City or were they in Muskogee or somewhere else?
they were in Oklahoma City, but I was 17 at the time. So I knew that if I just paid them off, they couldn't take me to they weren't going to take me to county. They weren't going to take me to juvie either, but I didn't know that at the time. I know now.
You used a couple phrases during what you just told me when you said he would run my name or he ran Face's name. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Whenever you use the phrase he ran my name, what do you mean? Explain what that is.
He would run my name through the database to see if I had any warrants or stuff like that. I guess warrants.
Had you been stopped by other officers?
Yes, I've been stopped by other officers before.
And so you know kind of the way the routine works as how they
Yeah,
check out your information.
most definitely.
Is that why you went ahead and told him you had warrants?
Yeah, because I would rather do that than to be like,
You knew he'd find out about them.
yeah, I knew he'd find out, so I'd tell him before anyways, and maybe he'd be more lenient.
So whenever he comes back and does he confirm what you told him that you do have warrants?
Yes.
And he said you need to take care of them before you turn 18.
Yeah.
Okay. After you have that conversation, what happens there at that location?
Lets us all go, I think after that. He lets us all go.
He let Face out of the car?
He let Face out of the car way before he started talking to me. And just pause for a second. In the police report, Davis says that Adaira said that Face was in the back of the patrol car while Adaira was being talked to by the officer, and that when he finished, he, quote, let Face out of the car and let them all go. And that's on police report, page 7.
Had the whatever argument that they were having, had that calmed down?
Oh, it had been calmed down since then.
Okay, so that was a done deal.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. He let everybody go.
Yes.
Do you remember anything else that was said by him at that location to you, or anything else you said to him?
Nope.
Do you remember about what time of day it was that you had the first encounter with this police officer?
It was still daylight. I don't remember exactly what time it was because I didn't have no phone or watch or nothing.
As the day progresses, do you and Chocolate and Face separate?
Yeah, we separate.
Okay. And what did you do the rest of that day?
I started walking back to my house.
Eventually, ma'am, did you have contact again with this police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And are you sure it's the same police officer?
Most definitely.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about how the second contact happened. First of all, why don't you tell me, if you remember what time of day it was, how much longer?
I'm going to take a pause right here. I just want to see if anybody on the panel has any comments or questions about what we've read so far, or if anybody in the chat has any comments or questions.
Well, I'm just going to make the comment that this is speculatory, but it sounds to me like she's been coached pretty heavily.
Yeah.
And my second comment is, and maybe I'm being prudish a little bit, but pardon my French here, but what the fuck is a 40-year-old man hanging around with a 19-year-old or whatever and a 17-year-old girls? I mean, really?
Was he 40?
He wasn't 40. I think he was 30 or 35.
I mean, still.
Yeah, which is still too old.
I think Kim Davis, didn't she ask her that in her interview? Why are you hanging out, or you're hanging around with people too old for you? And she said something like, oh dang, what'd she say, Rhonda? She said something like, she can't be hanging around with children because she's
a little kid. Yeah.
I mean, basically what she's saying is that she's lived a different life than most kids her age, and she doesn't have anything in common with.
So she's been hanging around. She's been hanging around older gentlemanly people. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm getting. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
I'm not trying to.
No, just say it.
Well, she truly probably has been exposed to a lot of things that, my kids and your kids may have never been exposed to. It's
yeah.
I think they might get into some of that in a little bit further down in the transcript.
So, for context, Rhonda, the first stop was at what time?
It was at 6:18, I believe, in the evening, in the early evening.
And so now she meets back up with him. I think from the AVL, didn't it look like he made contact with her at 9:30 something?
Yes, 9:38, I think.
Okay, so she's walking toward her house at 6:00, which is however many blocks away. And then at 9:38, she's finally getting to her to her house. On her way home for hours. Several blocks.
It was only like, it was about, well, from where they said that, from where she was stopped on Blackwelder with the three of them, it was about 3 blocks to her house. So, and then when she gets stopped, somehow she gets over to Indiana, which is on the other side of Blackwelder. She, that's several hours later, she's still trying to get home. And at that point, she's just literally just right around the corner from her house. So, let's call it 5 blocks. Took her 2.5 hours to find her way type blocks. So we don't know what she was doing during that time. No, JD, you haven't really missed very much. You're okay. So anyway, yeah. So okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Okay. So
We're on line 11.
okay, from line 11. Okay. We don't know if this is a typo or what, but
There are a few typos from
there's a
this
few
court
typos. Yeah, so
reporter.
we'll
This
just
could be one, or she could have been nervous.
yeah, who knows? So line 11. It was getting darking. It was like, of course, I'm going to read it the way it's in there. It was like evening. It wasn't real pitch black yet, but it was getting darker. So it had probably been like maybe, I don't know how many hours, but it's getting darker.
So some time had passed.
Yeah.
From the first contact.
Yeah.
All right. And where were you whenever you had contact with this officer the second time?
I was almost at my mom's house. I think I was on Blackwelder and I was finna turn on to 10th, or I can't even say that fucking word.
Oh,
To,
he's on the phone.
onto 10th or finna turn on to 14th. But I was on Blackwelder, I think, around 10th, between like 10th and 14th, something like that.
Let me ask you this. Do you know, were you closer to your mom's house
Yeah.
this time than
Yeah, way closer.
last time?
Way closer.
Okay. And how far away do you think you were from your mom's house when he stopped you?
Probably like 4 or 5, 6 blocks at the most.
So I think she's answering the first time, but he's asking her about the second time.
Right.
So just so you guys aren't confused, I
Right.
think she's confused about
She's
the question
confused.
because
Yeah.
she's less than a block from her house this second time.
Yeah.
So not too far.
Not too far at all.
Whenever he,
So she thinks like 4 or 5 or 6 blocks at the most is not too far for the first stop, which is what it was closer to. Yet this second stop that he's actually talking about is literally around the corner. So
well, I mean, that morning she had been walking to 44th and Shields, that's quite a ways.
yeah.
That's where she had the altercation. Her mom had filed the runaway report, and then she finds her on 44th and Shields, whatever she was doing there. It's a known prostitution area.
Yeah.
And that's when she assaulted her mother, according to the report her mom filed. But so maybe yeah, go ahead, Susan.
I was wondering about the 35-year-old. Maybe he was her pimp.
Rhonda, didn't Chocolate in her police report? Wait a minute. Okay, Adaira's the one who supposedly told Daniel that Face was trying to hoe her and Chocolate out.
Yeah.
But then she said, then Melody Coleman, Chocolate, in her interview with Kim Davis, if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that Adaira would hoe out for drugs, to buy drugs.
She did.
And that her neighbor, Mike, was the dealer. So
the drug dealer,
yeah. So line 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Whenever he stopped you this time, well, let me ask, did he stop you this time?
Yes, he did. That's a fucking stupid question, Gieger, you dumbass.
'Cause he's so good. And tell us about what happened.
He rolled up beside, I think I was actually maybe on 10th or 14th, because he rolled up beside me or something rolled up and he was like, I'm not sure you are who you say you are. And I was like,
So he apparently did you take that he remembered who you were?
I'm like, I don't have an ID, but you searched my purse. This is very important, so pay attention to this. You searched my purse. I have no reason to lie to you. If I told you I had a warrant, why would I lie to you?
Oh, okay, time out for a second.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, and that's what I want to ask you about. So now you told me something you hadn't told me before. Earlier in the day, you said something about he had searched your purse.
Yeah. I forgot to say about that.
Did that happen during the first stop or second stop?
The first stop.
First stop.
Because, okay, I was standing in front of the car because first I was sitting on the curb. I was standing in front of the car when he came to talk to me. I put my purse on the car. That's when he started searching that.
Okay, so that was okay with you?
Sure it was, because he kept on asking about drugs and stuff. So I was like, check it. I don't have anything.
Okay, so the second time, whenever he comes in contact with you, you're closer to your house?
Yeah.
And you reference back to, you've already searched my purse?
Yeah.
That's what you meant when you said that? Did he search your purse again the second time?
No, he didn't.
Okay. What happens? Tell me about the conversation that happens then at that point.
I was like, he said he wasn't sure I was who I said I was. I was like, well, you already searched my purse. I gave you my name, like,
Mm-hmm.
and then he was like, say it again.
Yeah, okay. So he stopped you again
I remember that.
and you have a conversation about the purse and you say you already searched my purse and he says, I'm not sure who you think you are.
This is so ridiculous.
That's what you told me.
Oh, yeah. And I said, my mom lives right down the street.
Okay. And you told him you were close to your mom's house?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened at that point?
He said he wasn't sure if I lived there or not.
Okay.
I don't remember his exact words, but somewhere along the lines of that. It's been a while.
Miss Gardner, did you have an ID on you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So you're trying to tell him and he's telling you he's not sure.
Yeah, he doesn't believe me.
Okay. So what happened at that point? What'd you say to him or what'd you do?
He said he'll take me down there.
Okay.
So we got there. I'm like, well, she's not home. I don't have a key. I don't know how I'm going to get in.
Did you ride in the police car?
Yes,
Front or back?
back.
All right. And did he take you to the house that you told him to take you to?
Yes, pulled in the driveway.
Do you know the address of that house, ma'am?
1729 Northwest 14th Street.
1729
Yes,
Northwest 14th Street?
yes.
I'm assuming it wasn't. Did he take you straight there? Like he didn't.
Yeah. Straight there.
Straight short trip.
There was no other stops or anything.
Okay. And in a direction right to where you told him to take you?
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. Okay. So when you get there, what happens? Or you had told him something about your mom, I guess, first, right?
Yeah. I was like, oh God.
Tell her.
Yeah.
Tell her what happened.
Okay, I will.
I was going to say, is he going to lead her any better? Can he just go ahead and say what she's going to say?
Oh, yeah.
Son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
he's going to lead her any better for sure. He's going to keep doing it.
Oh yeah, he leads. He practically testifies for her. Yeah, I was like, my mom lives right down the street because I thought she might be off work, but she don't get off till dark. But it was getting kind of dark. I thought she might be home, so I didn't see her meat truck. She's not home.
Okay. So her mom works for I think Iowa State Company or whatever, and that's kind of, I don't know if you guys, I don't know if that's a regional thing, but it's kind of like the Swans Company here, where these trucks drive
Oh,
along
yeah.
and drive around,
They
and they do in
they
the
Yeah.
have that.
Have
summertime
deliveries.
work until dark and sometimes after dark because
Absolutely. Yep.
they're catching people who are getting off after work. So
Yeah.
just for
When we lived in
context.
North Carolina, we had Schwann's, and he would often come, you know, after dinner, 7, 8 o'clock, sometimes depending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what the whole meat truck thing is.
So I didn't see her meat truck.
Okay.
So
So when you pull up, do you say she's not home?
I was like, she's not home. Her car's not home. I can't get in the house. I don't have my keys.
And what happened then?
He was like, I'm going to have to search you. Or what did he say? He said, we're on the porch because I was trying to get in the house.
Okay, so now you're out of the car.
Yeah. We get out of the car. We walk to the porch. I'm like, I can show you, like, I have documents with my name on it. Even on the front door, it said my brother wrote a picture and it was like, quote unquote, Mandy. And I was like, that's my mom's name. And like,
Oh, okay. Tell me a little bit about the front porch. What's it like?
the front porch, it's a mudroom. I don't know. That's what my mom calls it, but it's a mudroom. It's like a room outside. It's kind of like it's a porch, but it's closed. It's closed in, and it got like mosquito netting around the top. It's kind of like a closed-in porch, but it has like a door and had the fridge there. So that's what we used it for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may approach.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you states some pictures that I put numbers on. It's number 367, 368, 369, and 370. Take a second and look at those and tell me if you recognize what's in those pictures.
Right.
Do you recognize all those?
Yes.
367's the mailbox, right? Is that the mailbox at your house?
It says 1729.
Yeah, okay. That's the address.
Yes.
All right. And are the other pictures of the outside of your mom's house?
Yeah.
And are they basically the way the house looks?
Yeah. Except for the door.
Yeah, and on 370 the door was the door different on the day that this happened?
The door was repaired when the incident happened.
Other than the door, are these accurate representations
Yeah.
of what your house looks like?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to offer, Your Honor, at this point states 367, 68, 69, and 70.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. States exhibit number 367, 368, 369, and 370 will be admitted.
Miss Gardner, they're going to show up on the TV over there, okay? So when you talk, you may have to look back into the microphone so everybody can hear you, all right? So that's the mailbox, right?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. On 368, is there a fence that goes around the front of your mom's house?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and if I'm standing in the street, is that what you can see of your mom's house looking at it?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a gate. That's in the front yard, correct?
Yeah, but that one stays locked all the time.
All right. And then if I take now, see that yellow sign right there? That's on the fence.
Yes.
Okay. If I look at 369, that's just kind of more of a close up of the same view. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's this area right here?
That would be the privacy hedge. The fence would be right behind that.
Uh-huh.
Well, not the fence, but the mudroom is right there.
Okay, it's hard to see in that picture, but the mudroom's back there.
Yeah, like where the top of the roof is, that's where the mudroom starts.
And ma'am, just so it's kind of clear, this doesn't show color very well, but if I zoom way in,
Yeah.
can you kind of see the red of the wood?
Yeah, that's the mosquito netting up at the top. And the bottom's all,
But you can kind of see,
yeah,
even though it shadows, that there's a wooden fence, mudroom back there, right?
yeah, yeah.
Ma'am, if you walk this direction, is there a driveway over here that's off the view of this picture?
Yes, there is.
Ma'am, from the driveway, does the fence continue and go on down toward the side of the house then? That chain link fence? You know what? Let me show you.
Like along the driveway?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. The mailbox, oh wait.
The mailbox is right on the corner.
So I'm going to put up 370 up, and in 370, ma'am. Now, I see a car, correct? Right here.
Yeah.
See the car?
Whoops.
Okay.
Hold on. Did that go back? Okay. Sorry about that.
See the car? Okay, so now are you standing on the driveway looking back at your house? Is that right?
Yeah, I would be standing, yeah, in front of the mudroom. Yeah, so I'm in the driveway at the end of the driveway. Yep.
The previous pictures are standing in front of the house.
Yeah, yeah.
On the street.
Yeah.
Now you're standing beside the house in the driveway.
It's the driveway.
Okay, so that gate's a different gate.
Yes, it is.
It doesn't have the sign beside it, right?
No, it doesn't.
The yellow sign?
No, it doesn't.
But when I look straight past that, it looks like there's a no trespassing sign.
Yes, there is.
Is that the mudroom?
That's the mudroom.
Ma'am, you also told me something about the door. In that photograph right there, it looks like the door's been broken.
Yes, the door was broken afterwards, but yeah.
The day the police officer was there with you, was that door broken like that, or did it shut correctly?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It shut correctly and all the way framed up.
All right. Now I want you to look back at me now. I'm going to quit asking you questions about the pictures. I want to ask you some other things. You all right? Okay. You were telling me before I showed you the pictures, Miss Gardner, that the police officer had driven into your mother's house, correct? Is that right?
Yep, she drove right up into my mother's house. Dumbass.
You got to say it out loud.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're having conversations, but at some point you both now have walked up to where the mudroom is. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, when you get into the mudroom, are you both actually inside the mudroom?
Yes.
Okay. You told me a few minutes ago that the officer said he needs to search you. Do you remember telling me that? Did that happen outside the mudroom or inside the mudroom? Yeah, make sure she remembers to add that part into the story.
Yeah, to make sure she gets it right. No, not until after we got in there.
So you're in there, and is the door closed?
Yeah. I don't remember if he closed it behind him or not, but it wasn't that same kind of, the door wasn't off the hinge, so it closed shut by itself most of the time. It didn't stay open like that.
Ma'am, so you're in the mudroom, and he says, I need to search you. Can you tell me what happens after that? What happens next?
I'm sitting at the door because I was still trying to show him pictures and stuff, but he starts searching me and puts his hands first like I had a tank top on and some shorts, and he puts his hands up under my clothes and he starts touching my breasts.
Mr. Gieger, could you adjust that microphone a little bit for us?
I don't remember. I don't remember if he went like down there or up here first, but I remember he stuck his hands up my shirt, like under my bra, and he was like, just touched my breasts, and then he like put his hand inside of my shorts.
Miss Gardner, whenever he's doing this, a moment ago you said you were facing the door.
Yes.
Are you facing the door to the mudroom or the door to your house?
I'm facing the door inside of my house. That's right. Like if you open the mudroom door, the house door is right there.
Okay. What were you doing with the door? Were you doing anything with the door at this time whenever the search started?
What the fuck was she going to be doing with the door?
Trying to get in. He's trying to get her to say that she was trying to get in the door
Oh,
because
to
she
get-
didn't have a key.
Oh,
He
okay.
needs her to get that part in here.
Yeah. Okay. I started to get kind of like feeling weird. I was trying to open so I could show him my mail and shit. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
My mail. And then a picture of my mom's name and stuff. Like, that's my mom.
Was the door open or closed?
It was closed because I didn't have a key.
He's not talking about that door when he's asking her that, actually. Yeah. He's trying to establish that the front door was closed so no one could see in.
Yeah.
Did you have a... Go ahead.
Just briefly. So he's grabbing her boobs in, other areas, and she's like not saying, no, don't do that. Stop.
No.
Or not remembering.
I started feeling kind of weird.
Yeah. What kind of statement is that? Even with somebody that, maybe has been around the block a couple of times, but, she doesn't, she don't really know this guy, and they're not really, going to have any kind of relations, but he's grabbing her and she's just like, not even talking about it. Not saying shit. I felt a little weird, like Susan said. Really? I don't know. I'm sorry. No. I just wanted to add that in.
No, it's a good point, because as we get to know her a little bit farther, especially under cross, you're going to realize that she's not the kind of girl that's just going to stand there and let somebody do that to her. So it doesn't really she might seem like she might be like a shy, timid little thing right now at this part of the trial, but
right.
We'll learn later that she's not. And so it does make you, so it's a good point that you bring that up. Like, she just stands there and lets him do that, because right. That's not who she really is.
And she says she doesn't remember if he went up or down first, meaning she's saying she doesn't remember if he fondled her breast first or if he went down in her pants and inserted a finger into her vagina first, which are the allegations.
Right. And I'm sorry, but I think a young girl would remember that.
Well, here's I don't have an experience with being sexually assaulted, but I do have 8 years of experience working with victims of sexual assault, and they tend to have ingrained the first, like, what happened, what starts most of them can tell you the whole thing, but
the incident from beginning to end.
Yeah, but they definitely know what happened first, because that's the shocking part when it's happening. And especially if it's happening to someone and they're being assaulted from behind, so they're not seeing it coming. They have a vivid memory of what the first thing that happened to them that made them realize, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think she said before in prelim that it was breast. Then didn't she describe that in prelim that it was he fondled her breast first and then went down her pants?
She said that for sure in the recorded interview with Davis. Definitely.
Oh, I bet Davis was slobbering at that point. I'm sorry.
She does seem to love to hear about all that.
She does.
She?
My God.
I'm so sorry.
Where are we?
What were you going to say, Susan?
I just said what Kay was saying makes total
Oh,
sense that you would remember the
yeah.
very first thing
The
that,
shocking.
yeah,
Yeah,
started it. Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
I mean, I have been stalked before when I was in college, and you know how you feel someone staring at you.
Mm-hmm.
You ever had that happen?
Yep.
And I looked up, I can tell you, I can remember exactly which row of books. We were in a college library. I can remember which row of books the guy had put books pulled out on both sides of the row so he could see through to where I was studying. I can remember vivid details, and that was in like 1989. Um,
It's
yeah,
ingrained.
weird.
It
I
doesn't
mean,
leave.
it was traumatic, man. It was traumatic. It was
Well, it gets
terrifying.
that gets in a memory box that is locked in for forever.
Yeah. Okay, enough about me. What line are we on?
You're going to read line 25.
Were you trying to get it open?
Yeah. So yeah,
How were you trying to get it open?
I didn't have anything to try to get it open. So I was like,
Where was your key?
okay, this is also a key, no pun intended.
Contradiction.
But yeah, this is a key contradiction for sure. But I don't really have it listed anywhere. But all I will say, well, I'll read it and then I'll either Kay or I'll explain. So my key was inside behind the dresser. I dropped it back there and was too lazy to get it. So I just used a card to get in the house. So
Yeah,
how,
go ahead.
so the reason why that's a key lie, either she's lying right there about the key being um, uh, dropped behind the dresser, or she lied in the police report, the police interview, and in the preliminary hearing, because in all of that, she just says that she didn't have her key, and she doesn't say anything about that.
And that she lost her key in
That she
another
lost it.
occasion.
But here she's very specific. My key was inside behind the dresser. I dropped it back there and was too lazy to get it. So I just used a card to get in the house.
Now, how can you use a card to get in and out of your house?
The kind of lock we had is just the lock that you turn. You can put a card in right where the door, it's a doorknob. Like you put the card in and you can just push the door right open if there's not a deadbolt.
So if you shove some type of like a credit card,
Yeah.
is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, credit card, knife, or anything.
You shove something in there, it would move the locking mechanism and you could open the door.
Yeah.
Is that what you were trying to do?
Yeah.
Except she didn't have anything
Right.
to do that with, but that's
Right.
what she was trying to do. Is that why you were facing the door?
Yes. Oh, good leading, Gieger.
Yeah. Now, when you told me about the officer touching you, is he then standing behind you?
Yes, my back was to him.
And you were motioning as you were describing that, and you were doing it with both hands. Does that put his hands around your body?
Yeah.
Why don't you just ask her what happened instead of telling her what happened?
Exactly. Such a.
You told me he goes underneath your clothes.
Yes.
Under your bra?
Yes.
Yeah, tell her the order.
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
No shit.
Why are there no leading direct
I don't
objections?
I was going to say, did
I
Scott leave the room? I mean, this is
Yeah.
awful. It's just awful.
Yeah.
Underneath
Wow.
your bra?
Yes.
And does his hand touch your breasts?
Yes.
And then you said he also then reached inside your shorts?
Yes.
He's testifying. Did you
Yeah.
have on panties?
Yes.
Did he go on the outside or underneath your...
He went underneath.
Did his hands touch your private area?
Yes.
Whenever he did that, ma'am, did you say anything to him?
I didn't say anything. I was just
How long did that last, him searching you or touching you in that way?
not that long.
Whenever he touched your private area, did his hand go in your vagina?
Yes,
Oh, his whole hand went in there.
the whole thing.
So did it stay on the outside or go on the inside?
Go on the inside.
Okay. What went on the inside?
His finger.
You felt that?
Yes.
It actually penetrated your vagina?
That's what it means when you say go on the inside.
They like
Yes.
to say it. Did you say anything when that happened?
I just knew I was in trouble. I wasn't finna, like, what can I say after that?
You knew you were in trouble?
Of course, he started doing it. Like, first he said he was going to search me, and that seemed kind of off, but then I felt violated, and
You were scared?
of course I was. He's a huge man.
Do you have any idea, ma'am, how long that was? It a long time that he did this or a short time?
It was briefly. It wasn't very long, no.
After he touched you in that way, what happened next?
He was like, I don't want to have to take you to jail. I don't want to have to make this hard. I can't remember his exact words. It's been so long, but
Did he say something about taking you to jail?
yeah, he said, I don't want to have to take you to jail. You know you have warrants. I don't want to have to make this harder than it has to be.
He said, something about how I don't want it to be harder for you,
Yeah.
meaning the
I
situation.
was gonna say, I would think that he would want it to be hard.
Oh, God.
I'm just
If it
kidding.
That's
Okay,
what
Kim.
that's
All
what
right.
she said. I'll stop.
Okay, Kim. You're playing the court, not Kim Davis. Did you get lost?
Oh, geez. Oh,
Meaning the
Sorry about that.
no, it's fine.
Meaning the situation?
Yeah.
Do you think he meant about your warrants? Is that what you thought he was saying, or something else?
Something else.
Oh, he's really unhappy. He wanted it to be about the warrants because
Yep.
that's their
That's
everything
their
lines
yeah.
up. All the verbiage is the same.
Yep.
What happened next?
He told me to bend over, and
Did you?
I did. I told him I didn't want to.
What happened then, Adaira?
He pulled my shorts down.
Did your panties stay on, or did your panties come down too?
Came down too.
Then what happened?
I don't know how I'm supposed to say this.
Say what he did.
He took his penis out and he put it in my vagina, and
Did he have sex with you?
I didn't have sex with him. He fucked me on my mom's porch and left me there.
Did he say something to you while that was happening?
He said a lot of things. He said, like, is this the first time you ever fucked a cop? Am I beating it up?
Said that while this was happening?
Yes.
And about how long did that go on, if you know? Can you estimate it for me?
Probably like about 10 minutes.
Oh, how convenient that it's 10 minutes and exactly what the AVL says.
AVL shows,
Give me
yeah.
a freaking
Because
break.
I don't know if it was in the written report or if she said it in the recorded interview, but she said, she didn't say 10 minutes. She said something like she didn't remember, it wasn't very long or something like that. But now something about probably like about 10 minutes is the exact amount of time the AVL shows that he was stopped in front of her house.
10 minutes is a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did he come?
I'm not sure. He pulled out, and then
That was my next question. How did it stop?
Yeah, he just abruptly just pulled out.
Just stopped? Adaira, whenever he told you to bend over, how did you do that exactly? Explain that to me.
I was standing towards the door, like the doors right here and the mudroom doors right here. The front doors right here. I was standing by the front door. There's a bunch of junk and stuff on the porch. There's a chair right here. And like after he searched me, he kind of turned me around and just pushed me over the chair.
So she's insinuating that he searched her facing him, which he never did. That wasn't his practical way to search people.
Oh, it's not
And
usually the
but
way.
when did she turn around to get searched and all that?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, there's a bunch of that one little bit right there, that little paragraph there that she says is just full. It's just one thing,
It's like
one
that
full
doesn't
inconsistency.
make any
Lie.
sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Approach, Your Honor.
You may approach.
I'm going to show you some more pictures, okay? Do you recognize 371?
Yes, I do.
Outside of the house, right?
Yes.
372 and 373, are those inside the mudroom?
Yeah, that's where the chair was. Yeah.
Other than the fact that the chair's not in these pictures, is it basically the way the mudroom looked back in June of 2014?
Yes.
Bunch of junk in there?
There was way more junk in there before that.
And then
Okay.
373 and 374, are those pictures of the front door?
Yes.
And then is it basically the way it looked back then, ma'am, with the exception of what you told me?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Was that refrigerator there?
Yes, the fridge has always been there.
Offer 371 to 73, 74.
No objection.
No objection. No objection.
All right. State's exhibits 371, 72, 73, and 74 will be admitted.
From 370, Adaira, when you're ready.
Sorry.
It's okay. When you're ready, let's look at the pictures again. 370. If I put 371 on top of it, it's just more of a close-up view of the mudroom. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what you see when you look at number 372. What is this?
Mudroom.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that the mudroom?
Jesus.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
I think it's the mudroom, people.
I think in case anybody's confused, it's the mudroom.
We've made a clear record that this is the mudroom.
For real.
Okay. See this right here?
That's the front door.
Is that the door jamb, basically the wood that goes along the door to the inside of the house?
Yes. Yes, that is.
Okay. In that picture, was the door open?
The door appears open. Yeah.
But at the time that this was happening with the police officer, was the door open or was the door closed?
No, it was closed.
All this stuff that's here, there's just a bunch of junk, right?
How rude. Yes.
Now, Adaira, you also said something about there's a chair. That's not in the picture. Where was the chair that you were leaning on?
It was like the chair was like directly in front of those little power outlets you see down there.
So if I point right here, it was in this area?
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it was. But the back to the chair was facing the front lawn.
All right. And so whenever he had you bend over, were your arms or the upper part of your body leaning against or resting on the chair somehow?
Yeah.
Were you leaning on the chair?
Just tell me what you want me to say. Yeah.
But you were standing up otherwise?
Yes.
Just bent over at the waist?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 373 again. Is that the front door?
Yes.
It's obviously open in that picture.
Yes.
But it was closed at the time, is that right?
Didn't we? Is there an echo in here?
Yeah.
I swear to God, they just said all this. Yes.
And ma'am, there's just 374 is just another picture. I think a little bit closer, but the same type of view. Is that right? Miss Gardner, after he pulled out, let me ask you a different question. Do you know how his penis got out of his pants? Did you see that?
No, my back was turned towards him.
Whenever he pulled out, were you able to turn around and see his penis or not? Was it back up where it goes before you saw it? Do you understand my question?
Oh, God.
Was it back up where it goes?
Where it goes? I'm so immature, I can't help myself. He put it back in his fly.
Did you see that? Did you
I
see
didn't
that?
see him take it out of his fly, but I heard him unzip his zipper.
You heard a zipper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Had to get that in. They had to get that in there.
But the thing about that is, and I didn't make a note on this, but the thing about that is that in the police report and the recorded interview, she says that he unbuttoned his pants and took his stuff out. She doesn't say anything about a zipper. He unbuttoned his pants, she said.
Yeah,
Anyway.
but that doesn't line up with how they got all these women to come around to the same story by trial, where it was, came through the unzipped fly of his buckled pants.
Yeah.
It's like incredible.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I already read 6?
No, start on 6.
Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. After he did that and pulls out, did you ever actually see his penis exposed, or was it back up whenever you turned back around?
Was it put back up? Hey, Jack, I have a question.
Put it back up.
This is going to get weird, isn't it? This is going to get weird. I can feel it. All right, sis, spit it out. Let's get this over with.
It just is so weird to me that he's saying, was it put back up where it goes? Did he put it back up? It's just so weird to me. Oh,
Well, you know, I understand what he's saying, because this is going to sound weird. Okay, maybe that's kind of a. Okay, I'm just going to say it.
just say it.
Put it back up, going left or going right, and it just. I'm not kidding.
Well, you're not kidding, but that's.
I'm not. I know, but I know, but I'm just saying that, it's a comfort thing, and it just varies with, it's as variable as guys are.
Yep.
So put it back up is really a thing. It's just kind of an unspoken thing that you just don't really think about unless now it is weird. I'm going to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Oh, you got a pound word.
I was just going to let you keep going. See how long you were going to stop.
I apologize for the cussy words. I'll try to stop.
I wonder if people were laughing in the court at some of this stuff.
No kidding. There's no way I could have.
I bet not. I mean, it was so tense in there.
Blinker probably had to excuse herself for a couple of times, and she had to work something out. But I'm being facetious again. I'm muting. I'm going to mute. I swear to God.
Jack's muting. Are we on 9?
Yeah, we're on 9. I believe it was put back up. I don't remember seeing his penis.
When it's over, do you remember how you got your panties and your shorts pulled back up?
I put them on myself.
You did it yourself? Pick up at that point and what happened, and tell me what happened next. He's stopped. His clothes are on. Your clothes are on. However it is they were. Your clothes are back up and where you're supposed to go and where they're supposed to go. What happens?
He said he might come back later.
He said what?
He might come back later.
He said that to you?
Uh-huh.
Then what happened?
He left.
Did he get in his car and drive away?
No, he just walked away on foot, left his car sitting in the fucking driveway. Jesus. Yes, his car was parked right in front of the front gate.
On the street or in the driveway?
In the driveway.
And he pulled into the driveway?
Yeah.
Where that other car was?
I don't remember exactly how far it was in the driveway, but he pulled in the driveway.
So he was parked in that spot where the other gate that actually was opened.
I'm not sure if he was parked in that spot because it's a pretty wide driveway, but he's parked at that driveway.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to say exactly where, but he's in the driveway.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure we're accurate. All right. So he leaves. And what did you do?
Okay, all of this next stuff that's coming is also pretty important. I sat there for a minute.
Okay.
And I just sat there and I was thinking like what was that for?
Do you have any idea how long you stayed there?
I'm not sure at all. I was in shock.
At some point, did you leave?
I had to get in my house. My mom was finna get home. So I walked to the corner, not my neighbor, but he lives on the corner.
Okay.
Like a few houses down from me, and I knew he knew how to get in the door with the car because I wasn't that good at that. So I was like, could you come and open my door for me? And he was like, all right, and opened the door. And then
Did you tell him what happened?
no.
Why not?
Because why? Who are you going to tell?
Let me ask you this. Did your mom eventually come home that day?
Later that night.
Did you tell her what happened?
No.
Why wouldn't you tell your mom what happened?
I wouldn't tell my mom what happened because like what's the good of telling on the police? What are you going to do? Call the police on the police? He could have just rolled right back up. He could have just came right back up like if I was needed to report it or anything. What kind of police do you call on the police? I don't understand, but I didn't tell anyone till afterwards. And then
Had you ever talked to your mom about meeting an officer or dating an officer or anything like that?
no, she used to date an officer.
Okay, so you didn't tell your mom?
No.
Did you tell anybody?
I told my friend Money. Her name's Kamisha. I told her. I think it was either later that day I told her. After I'd got back in my house, I went out later. And I think I told her that day, I think, or maybe the day after, but she's like, I wouldn't be telling too many people that.
Your Honor, I would object to anything Money may have said as hearsay.
All right, sustained.
Yeah, the way the rules work is you can't tell me what somebody else says, okay?
Well,
So just let me ask a different question and you can answer it, okay?
the reaction she had, not what she said was.
Did she give you some advice to do something?
Your Honor, I would ask to approach.
She didn't condone it.
All right, come up.
Your Honor, I made an objection. He sustained it in regards to hearsay. She's now interjected something, the reaction that they had as opposed to what they said. Obviously, that's a right for cross-examination, but clearly she continues to talk after this court sustained the objection, which I object to that and ask her to be instructed to answer the question that's on the floor and nothing more.
Fair enough.
You see how he says fair enough, but doesn't give her the instruction.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Miss Gardner, don't tell me what she said, but did she advise you to do anything?
No,
Okay. So after you told her, did you tell anybody else?
she told the neighbor Mike that had opened my door. She told him about it.
Were you there whenever she did that?
No, I wasn't. He confronted me later and asked me about it. That is all a big fat lie.
Did you ever call the police
No,
for the reasons you told me?
not only that, but I'm not the type of person, and I would listen. I need to rephrase that. In that neighborhood that I was in, that I'm still in, that's frowned upon, calling the police, and especially if you're telling on somebody. And I don't even know how I would go about calling the police on the police.
At some point, ma'am, after all this happened, time goes by. Is that right?
Yeah,
Obviously, time goes by.
yeah,
Okay. Did you leave the state for a while?
yeah, I moved. Yeah, I was planning on moving, so I had to come back.
And you've been different places since then. You've been out of state, you've been in state, you've been.
Several different states since then.
Okay, now you're back,
Yes.
at least for now.
Until this is over with, I'm leaving.
Okay. Do you remember, ma'am, whenever you first came in contact with the police about this case?
I didn't come in contact with them. The detectives reached out to my mom.
They came and found you? They found your mom?
Yeah, I was in Detroit.
Okay. Through your mom, did you learn the police were looking for you?
No, she told me it went like this. She sent me a picture of the police officer's face.
That's not what she said before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she said, "Do you know this guy?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" And she said something along the lines, she was like, the message might still be on there, but she was like, the detective said he may have come in contact with you. They want to talk to you. He's been like, these girls are like, something about him with some girls. So I was like, I'm not talking to no detectives. I'm not talking to no police. Like, that's my first reaction. So I Googled like Oklahoma, like cop, like 2014 back then?
Uh-huh.
2014. And then it pops up that 7 girls was coming forward about it.
There was some news stories you saw?
No. It was 7 girls came forward and said that he had done something to them. And I just said, Mom, he did the same thing to me, because I'm not finna say anything if there's only me. Who would believe me?
When you saw that information, did you eventually agree to meet with the police officers and talk to them?
I told her I would think about it and that I might, but I wasn't really sure about doing that, because I don't know. But since there was 7 other girls, I knew that I at least had some backing behind me. Oh God, that's so. Ugh.
Some point, did you talk to this detective right here?
Kim?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell her about what you told us today?
Yes, I did.
In your conversations with Detective Davis, did she at some point get a buccal sample, a DNA sample from you?
Buckle.
Put a Q-tip, inside your mouth.
Yeah.
You let her do that, right?
Yeah, I signed a waiver. I really didn't know why, but
She didn't tell you why?
no. Yes, she did.
Okay.
She said it was for DNA, but I didn't know why. I didn't understand.
After the things that happened in the mudroom there on the porch at your mom's house, and other than seeing him on the internet, have you ever seen this police officer again?
Not until last year.
Not until court?
Nope.
Is that police officer in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting closest to the judge.
At the table or against the wall?
At right there.
Is he sitting up at the table or is he sitting against the wall?
He's leaning on the table.
Ask the record to reflect identification, Your Honor.
All right. Record will so reflect.
Miss Gardner, one other thing I think I want to talk to you about after this happened and after you testified before in this court. After that happened, after this happened, and after you testified before in this court, right? Is that just me? Okay, probably. Ugh. I got to say it out loud.
Yes.
Okay, I see you shaking your head, but you got to say it out loud.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Was there another time that you got arrested after all this happened?
Yeah, about a year later on the same day.
And did that have...
About the same day.
Yeah, I think she just was trying to make up a story and realized, oh shit, they can check that out.
Yeah.
Was it something to do that happened at the house?
Oh, yeah, my mom's house. Yes.
Did you get into a fight with somebody?
Why don't you just lead her? Jesus Christ.
He's like testifying for her and it's just pissing me off.
You should have way more lines in this, Jack.
Yeah, you should.
I totally agree. Scott Adams' hair should have been completely on fire at this point, and his pants.
Yep. No, it wasn't, I wouldn't call it a fight. I was defending myself. It was just an incident.
Well, in any event, you got arrested for that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And ma'am, were charges ever filed against you in that?
No.
And in talking about the case, did I ever talk to you about whether or not charges would be filed?
No.
Did I ever even talk to you about it at all?
No.
Except just about this.
I didn't even talk to you or anybody when I was in jail except for my mama.
And did Detective Davis come and see you?
No.
So was that decision made with your involvement at all? In other words, no one talked to you about whether charges would be filed or not. That's what I'm asking. No one from the police department.
What do you mean?
Well, let me ask a better question.
Could you be more specific?
Did anybody with either my office,
Oh, no, not at all.
with me, or with the police department come to you?
I didn't hear from y'all at all. I heard from some detectives, some other detectives, and they talked to me about the incident. And then a few days later, I got out and had some fines to sit out. I sat those out and I got out on a no file.
1 second. When those other detectives talked to you, did they even talk to you about this case, or did they just talk to you about the fight that had occurred?
Oh, no, they only talked about the fight, the case that was at hand, the fight that had occurred.
Did they say anything to you about this case?
Not at all.
Other than that arrest, Miss Gardner, have you had any other arrests since that happened?
When was that? In the summertime?
Yeah.
I got a case in Muskogee with my sister.
Same type of questions. Did anybody from my office contact you about that case?
No, that was in Muskogee. No, not at all.
Was that case filed against you, or do you know?
Yeah, me and my sister got into an argument.
Okay.
Yeah.
But nobody talked about this case with you on that one?
No, not at all.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Mr. Adams is going to ask you some questions.
All right.
Okay,
Cross-examination.
I'm going to switch over to.
I'm going to go grab a drink of water.
Okay.
I don't think I'm
Yeah, I know,
sure
I'm
he's
very
going to
thirsty
object way
myself.
more than anyone else did, but I'll be back.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't at the top of that where I needed to be. Okay, sorry, Jack, Jack, you'll start on line 9
Okay.
when she comes back. So,
Well, if you want to talk, I need to take a short. Well, I got to hit the head, so
let's just be real.
and then I'll put it back up, and then I'll be ready to go.
All right. Yeah, make sure you put it back up where it goes.
Absolutely. I'll be right back.
Put it back up where it goes.
Yeah, put it back where
Oh,
it goes.
God.
That's insanity. Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
So this is the little
Jinx,
girl
this is
who's
actually, sorry, Jinx was asking if it was prelim or trial. We already went through some of the prelim, Jinx. Now this is trial testimony.
and this is the little 17-year-old whose DNA, a tiny bit of
Minuscule.
DNA they found.
Yeah. Practically inconclusive.
Right.
And just in case folks haven't heard yet, Dr. Silkman is going to be on with us next week. We're going to do Kim Davis's trial testimony. So this will give Doc, so he won't have to be up quite so early to be on. But we'll do Kim Davis's testimony, because Kim Davis and Rocky Gregory, they go up and testify after each accuser and their witnesses testify. So Kim and Rocky are on and off the freaking stand ridiculous amounts of time. But so we'll read Kim Davis's testimony about Adaira's case, cross-examination, and then we'll come back or then we'll chat about that briefly, probably, and then we'll read Elaine Taylor, the crime lab analyst's testimony, and that's just a big clusterfuck because it's so hard to follow. Listen, Gayland Gieger is no Kathleen Zellner, because when Kathleen Zellner took Elaine Taylor's deposition, it must have been mind-boggling for Elaine Taylor during the deposition, because Kathleen Zellner knows so much about DNA. And I think that I don't think Elaine Taylor expected it. And so she really, frazzled, or really upset. No, I don't want to say upset, but she really was able to confuse Elaine Taylor with her knowledge.
Discombobulated.
Yeah, discombobulated for sure.
And she taught her a few things.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So, Kay, Jack is taking a little break. I've been drinking a lot of water. I'll let you chat for a few minutes while I take my break. I'm really sorry.
Oh man, I just put a bite full of food in my mouth. Hang on, guys.
Oh, sorry.
So how long did his trial last altogether? Kay, do you remember?
Because Thanksgiving was in there, they didn't have very many full weeks. Let me see. It started in November.
13 accusers. That's
And that had to go for a while.
basically 13 trials.
Yeah. I'm looking here. 6, third day. Preliminary hearing was on the 17th of November. I think it was 2 days. Yeah, the 17th and the 18th of November. And then the trial started start on the 3rd of December. I'm missing a page. I think I have a page stuck together here. What the heck?
So he was found guilty on his birthday, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it wasn't very long.
Oh wait, the 3rd day. I'm sorry. I was looking at this wrong. The 3rd day of November it started.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I'm back.
So about 6 weeks, or
Yeah, and there were some other holiday weeks or something in there where they had like 3 or 4 day weeks.
mhm.
Thanksgiving.
And then Thanksgiving break was in there too. When was I can't remember how long they deliberated.
I think it was 4 days. 3 days, 4 days.
So that, yeah. Well,
That's close enough.
Adaira's testimony was basically the last for the state. That was okay. So the trial ended at the end of the day on December 2nd. And then the jury
Okay.
came back
Oh,
on
well,
the
it was-
10th.
yeah, it was a while then.
Yeah. I should know that.
All right, Jack, are you back?
I am back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Everything's put away.
Everything's put up where it belongs.
We're good. We're straight.
Okay, oh, you're straight. Okay, well, thanks for that. Oh,
Thought I'd throw
God.
that in there in case anybody was wondering.
Nobody was, but now
We're off.
I am.
We're awful.
Can't get it out of my head now.
Going
So
straight to hell.
TMI. TMI, Jack. TMI.
Straight to hell.
all right, so we'll start on line 6 with the court.
You tell me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's cross-examined. You're on.
All right. Cross-examination.
Ms. Gardner, if all the records reflect that you came into contact on 2 separate occasions with Officer Holtzclaw on June 17th of 2014, you wouldn't dispute that date, would you?
I'm sorry. Could you
Yes, ma'am.
elaborate?
The events that you described in regards to seeing the person you've identified in court today is a guy by the name of Officer Daniel Holtzclaw, okay? If all the records that we have that exist show you that you came into contact with him on 2 separate occasions, and I'm talking about the records that you may not even be aware of, but records from the police department.
The GPS?
Are you aware that there was GPS on this vehicle?
Oh, yes, I was aware when I was talking to Kim about it.
Okay. What did she tell you about the GPS?
Because I was telling her what streets when I was telling her when she had the interview with the buckle swab, she's like, okay, around about where were you when you were walking home? And I was telling her, and she was like, yeah, that matches up with the GPS.
Okay. Just so that I'm clear, was this the only time you ever talked to Detective Davis?
No, it wasn't.
Was this the first time you talked to Detective Davis?
I believe
Was this a? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that. Was this the first time you talked to Detective Davis?
I believe this is the first time I talked to her in person.
Okay.
What was that? Was that time? Yes.
So the first time you talked to Detective Davis
In person.
in person, he told you that there was a GPS device.
Okay, so let me pause for those who aren't very familiar with the case. There is, so Daniel's supporters believe, and there's, I want to say evidence, not direct evidence, but
Oh, I think there was definitely circumstantial evidence, but go ahead.
definitely circumstantial evidence to show that the detectives claim that they never looked at any of the AVL or GPS until after they talked to the accusers, and the accusers told them, the basic location of where their assault took place. And so then they went and pulled the AVL or the GPS, and then they looked at it, and then they were able to verify, oh yes, we believe very firmly that, and like Jack said, there's definitely circumstantial evidence that proves, or definitely heavily insinuates, that they had looked at the AVL of each accuser before they ever talked to them.
Mm-hmm.
So when Adaira says, when she's telling Scott Adams that, I knew because Kim Davis told me about it when I was having the interview, that's like huge, because she's saying, oh yeah, Kim Davis told me that matched up, that where I was telling her I was stopped matched up with the GPS. That completely contradicts the detectives saying that they never pulled AVL until after they talked to each accuser. So,
Hey, another thing. Am I losing my mind, or didn't Kim and Valerie drive 2.5 hours down to Muskogee, pick Adaira up, and drive her to Oklahoma City?
yes, and
Remember
yeah.
Wouldn't that be the first time she met him face to face? That never
Yep.
gets mentioned.
Wow.
I believe it does come out in trial. I just don't remember exactly where.
It must come out in Kim's testimony.
Yeah, I think it comes out in Kim's testimony.
And they didn't talk the entire time back, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Well, she tells some story about how Adaira was so starving that they had to stop every 30 minutes, and they spent like $60 on her at McDonald's all the way home. Some ridiculous story.
Yeah.
That's a lot of Big Macs.
It's even just a lot of cheeseburgers.
That too.
It's a lot more time for them to talk to her too.
Yes.
Stopping every once in a while.
The only thing I'm not sure about is what the date was. I don't know if a date gets mentioned, but if it does, I'm going to be curious to find that out, that date, when they went to Muskogee. But I believe it definitely comes in Kim's testimony next week. So, okay.
When you made a restart somewhere, and I will.
No.
Line 12. Line 12. Okay. All right. Was this the first time you talked to Detective Davis?
I believe this is the first time I talked to her in person.
Okay.
Was that time? Yes.
So the first time you talked to Detective Davis
in person,
she told you that there was a GPS device.
No, she did not.
Okay. She asked you, and then tell me what she told you in regards to the GPS device.
I already did. You're misconstruing what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to misinterpret it.
Okay, well,
I'm just trying to be fair with you. Tell me again what.
Okay, maybe you should listen and I'll tell you.
All right. Hang on just a sec. Hang on a second. How this has got to work.
He's trying to twist my words.
Hang on. How this works is he's got to ask a question. You have an opportunity to answer, okay? I'm going to make sure he doesn't ask you another question until you're done with your answer, as long as it's responsive.
I respect that.
Okay. And then make sure that you listen to all of his question and that he gets all of his question out before you answer, okay? If something needs to be cleared up, Mr. Gieger will have an opportunity to get up a little bit later. So you've just got to answer the questions that are asked, unless the assistant DA makes an objection and I sustain it. So it's not up for you to make the decision what's important, what's not important.
I'm not saying that at all, Your Honor. Could I can I tell you what I'm having problems with communicating with him?
Well, if you don't
He's
understand,
asking,
listen,
no, I understand.
listen, listen. You're talking over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
So this is how it's got to work. Just listen to his question. If you don't understand it, tell him you don't understand the question, and maybe he will be able to rephrase it. So it works best, and that's how the system has to work, all right? A question and answer, a question and answer.
I understand. I'm sorry. Can I say something, please?
No, just go ahead and ask.
There's like a bunch of questions in one question, though, when he's talking. Compound questions.
Okay, if you don't understand it, then just tell him you don't understand it. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Ms. Gardner, when was the first time you met with Detective Davis?
When she did the buccal swabs in that interview.
When you did the buccal swab?
I'm sorry, buccal swab.
And that would have been the first time you met with her in person, face to face.
I believe so, yes.
Now, in that conversation with Detective Davis, did she tell you that there was a GPS device on Officer Holtzclaw's car?
Not outrightly.
Okay. Okay. What did she say about that?
I said something to her referring to where I was at when I was walking home, which streets and everything. And she said something like to the effect of, yeah, that's about right because the GPS shows that that's where his car was going.
Okay. So during your first meeting with Detective Davis, she's telling you that where you're saying you were located matches up with the GPS on Officer Holtzclaw's car.
Yes, I believe so.
And that first interview, if the records reflect that was on October 24 of 2014, you would have no reason to dispute that, correct?
When did you say that interview was?
October 24th of 2014.
I'm not sure when that interview was, the first interview, but I'm not sure when that was.
The first interview you had face-to-face with Detective Davis was at Oklahoma City Police Department?
Yes, it was. I'm not sure the date, though. That's what I'm saying.
And that's fine. I'm just wanting to get a location at this point. Was that down here, downtown Oklahoma City?
Yes, it was downtown Oklahoma City.
Okay. At the big police department building over there by the county jail.
The one with all the stairs and all the police.
It has lots of stairs and it has a lot of police.
When you walk in, there's a big staircase.
Do what?
I think that's the right one.
Okay.
I'm not. Is it the same one as this building?
It's not in this building.
Okay, Yeah. It was that one, the police department.
Okay. And that would have been the very first time I'm talking about, the very first time you met with Detective Davis. You understand? You understand me?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the first time I met with her face to face and we had the interview. Yeah.
Okay. And while she's talking to you about the GPS device that is on Officer Holtzclaw's car,
No, she wasn't talking to me about that.
I understand. You just told me that you told her where you were, and she says that matches up with the GPS device
Yes.
on the officer's car.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes. But yes.
Okay. Well, let's go back and talk about June 14th, 2014.
So,
If all the records reflect that is when you had contact with Officer Holtzclaw, would you dispute that? Does that sound about right?
June 17th of 2014. It sounds about right. Yes. I believe it was June. I'm not sure if it was the 17th or 18th.
Do you recall a day on June 17th of 2014 wherein you got into a fistfight with your mother at 44th and Shields?
No, I do not recall that at all.
You deny that happened?
I deny that I got into a fist fight with my mother.
You deny that the fact that your mother actually signed a complaint against you on June 17th of 2014 for hitting her 4 or 5 times in the face at 44th and...
No, I do not deny that.
Let me finish my question, Ms. Gardner. I promise you
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were done.
You deny the fact that you got into a physical argument with your mother on June 17th of 2014 at 44th and Shields.
Yes.
And you hit her in the face 4 or 5 times.
Yes, I do deny that.
Are you aware of the fact that your mother signed a complaint against you for doing that very thing?
No, I'm not.
So on the day that you're saying these events happened with Officer Holtzclaw, did you get into any sort of physical altercation with your mother at any time, anywhere?
I did not.
Okay. And under your testimony is that on that particular day that you only came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw on one day in your life, correct?
One day? Yep, that was then last time court date and this court date.
Exclusive of court dates.
Yes.
I'm talking about out on the streets.
Yes.
Would it be a fair statement? I want to make sure.
I agree.
Make sure, see you keep talking over him before he gets done with his answer. With his question, I mean.
I have a lot of psychiatric and communication problems.
No shit.
It's kind of hard. You broke into my character. Now I've lost it. Damn it. I have a lot of psychiatric and communication problems. It's kind of hard for me when he's making a question, but there's so many questions inside one question, and it's kind of misleading me. That's what I'm having a problem with.
All right. So just take your time answering the question, but make sure he gets finished. And if you don't understand the question, then just tell him.
He should just ask one question at a time.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gardner, I want to make sure that we're communicating that you only one time in your life have come into contact with Officer Holtzclaw on the streets.
What are you saying? For one day?
Just on one day.
Yes.
Okay. And again, the very first time you came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw would have been when you were with these two individuals that you described as you knew them by their street names. One was named Face. What was their names again?
Face and Chocolate.
Face and Chocolate. And did you also have what we call a street name by the name of Lady?
No.
Okay, you never went by Did you? So you don't have a street name?
I've had nicknames before, but lady would be totally out of my character. No shit. Not like that, but
So lady was not a name that you went by.
lady, no, not as a street name.
Lady is not a nickname that you went by in June of 2014?
No, I know someone by that name, but that's not me.
Okay. Now, Face's real name is Michael Davis. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. Is Face's real name, you believe it to be Nathaniel Davis?
yes.
You know an individual by the name of Michael Davis?
I don't believe so unless I know him by his street name.
Okay. Do you know a female by the name of Melanie Coleman?
Melody Coleman, yes, I do.
And who is Melody?
Melody is chocolate.
Okay. So Chocolate is Melody Coleman, correct?
Melody Coleman was chocolate, yes.
So the very first time that you came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw, you want me to call them Face and Chocolate or Mr. Davis and Ms. Coleman. What are you more comfortable with?
Face and chocolate is what I can recollect from back then.
Okay. The first time you came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw, you were with Face and Chocolate. You were in Oklahoma City, correct?
Yes,
You were walking down the street and Officer Holtzclaw had been called because there was a disturbance, correct? There was a fight going on.
a domestic dispute, yes.
Domestic dispute between Face and Chocolate.
No, there was an argument, but that's what had been called in.
I'm trying to use your words.
Okay,
There was an argument. Someone was having Face and Chocolate were having words.
yes, they were having a verbal argument.
Okay. Someone in the neighborhood called the police. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And when Officer Holtzclaw pulled up, he said he was there because there was a fight. There was an allegedly fight going on, and he was trying to figure out what was going on. Correct?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Yes. When Officer Holtzclaw was first approached Face and Chocolate and yourself, the first time you ever saw Officer Holtzclaw, there had been someone had called in a disturbance, some kind of, and he was responding to that. Correct?
Yeah.
And he exited his squad car and he was trying to figure out what all was going on, correct?
Yes,
And you described that did he ever put you in the back seat of his car at that point at that point in time?
I think I was standing in the front of the car when he ran my name, standing in the front of the car maybe. But I remember I sat my purse on the front or the back of the car and he searched my purse. I don't remember being inside the car.
Do you recall Officer Holtzclaw having some discussions with Face?
I was out sitting by the curb and I think they had Melody a little bit further from me. I was out by the curb and Chocolate was by me. And Face was in the car getting questioned by himself, getting his name ran and stuff.
Okay. And at this point was Officer Holtzclaw. You testified that he went through your purse.
Yes.
Okay. And you had no ID in there, correct?
Nope.
And it was at this time that he's talking to Face that he's searching through your purse.
No, because he talked to Face, closed the door. I don't know if he closed the door, but he talked to Face. Then he ran his name. Then he talked to him some more. Then after that, he started talking to me or started talking to her. I don't remember which one was first, me or her, me or Chocolate, but he started talking to me afterwards.
You still consider Chocolate, Melody Coleman, to be a friend of yours?
No, definitely not.
Okay. But you were eventually interviewed by Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
What are you saying?
After he finished talking to Face, Officer Holtzclaw talked to you.
I believe so, but I'm not sure if he talked to Melody first or me first.
All right. And he talked to everyone.
Yeah. Sorry.
That psychological tick is kicking in. He talked to Face, Chocolate, and you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And while you were talking to Officer Holtzclaw, did you not tell Officer Holtzclaw that Face was trying to whore out you and Melody?
No, I did not tell him that.
Do you know how Melody heard that?
Melanie did not hear that.
Objection to hearsay.
That's
That's
hearsay.
hearsay.
Oh, sorry. I'll
That's
sustain the
hearsay.
form of the question.
At any time while you were being interviewed by Officer Holtzclaw, did you tell him that Face was trying to hoe you out, you and Miss Coleman or Chocolate?
No, of course not.
So it would have been impossible for Miss Coleman to hear anything like that, correct?
It would have been impossible for me to say anything like that unless she was on some hallucinogens or something. I'm not sure, but I didn't say that.
Oh, going back to hallucinogens, you weren't on any narcotics that day.
No, I was not. I was sober.
Was he a dealer for ice?
Face was not a dealer for ice. No.
So if Miss Coleman made the statement that
Hearsay, Your Honor.
he's a dealer for ice, she's not telling the truth.
What does this have to do with this?
Hang on a second.
Form of the question contains hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
I'm sorry.
If Face was the dealer of methamphetamine or ice,
He was not.
if Melody said that, she's not telling the truth, correct?
Why would I know about what Melody said? I haven't heard her say that.
Am I confused from the police report? Did I give some bad information? I thought Mike was who Melody said the ice dealer was.
Yeah.
Is Scott Adams confused here?
Sounds like he is.
I think maybe. Well,
Yeah,
need to
because
look back at that,
Melody never said that about Nathaniel or Face.
no, she said it about the neighbor that helped her
Yeah.
get in the house.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Just want to clear that up.
Yeah, he's confused.
Okay. Line 14. Officer Holtzclaw, after he investigates this domestic argument or whatever was going on out there, he let everyone go, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he was driving off. As he was driving off, did he not tell everyone to quit fighting and arguing?
No, he didn't. He told us to have a nice day.
You denied that he said that, correct?
He did not tell us to quit fighting and arguing because no one was fighting. They were arguing, but the arguing had been stopped before he pulled up.
In any event, later on, about a couple hours later, you're by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Face and Chocolate had gone wherever they're going to go, and you're walking over to your mother's house, correct?
Correct.
That's
And when you're
another
walking-
contradiction right there, because
Yeah. Go ahead.
didn't they say that as soon they left and she headed back to her house right after Holtzclaw let her go from the first stop. So she's not with him a couple hours later to
Right.
okay. Yes, that's not
I was going to say something don't sound right time-wise there because according to what she said before, I mean, they're actually pretty close to her mom's house right now.
yeah, 5 or 6 blocks away, she says.
So a couple of hours? I mean, geez, what are they doing? Just walking around in circles? I don't.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, in this version, they're together for a few more hours.
Yeah.
In that version, she departed their company right away
Yeah.
and headed home.
Well, and Melody said in her interview with Davis that they dumped Adaira right away because of what she had said to Daniel, the officer, about Nathaniel hoeing them out. And so they got rid of her right away, according to Melody. I don't know. I mean, who can you say is lying? I can definitely say Adaira's lying about stuff because she's lying about stuff. I don't know about Melody, but so yeah.
And if she's lying about this stuff, she is
Right.
definitely lying about other stuff.
Yes.
Did Melody, and she probably didn't, but did she ever give a deposition or?
No.
Okay, I was just curious.
Just the police interview she did with Kim Davis.
Which isn't recorded either.
No.
No, of course not. No, of course not. All right, line 3. So we'll start there. Face and Chocolate have gone wherever they're going to go, and you're walking over to your mother's house, correct?
Correct.
And when you're walking over to your mother's house, you then encounter Officer Holtzclaw for the second occasion on this evening, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that on the first occasion, you're not alleging anything inappropriate on behalf of Officer Holtzclaw.
No, there wasn't anything inappropriate on the first occasion.
On the second occasion, you stated you were a few blocks away from your mother's house, correct?
On the second occasion?
On the second occasion.
Yes.
You came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw.
Yeah, I was closer.
You were a few blocks from your mother's house, correct?
Wow. Yes, that's just a whole big fat contradiction there, but yes. Okay.
And Officer Holtzclaw pulled up on you and was questioning whether or not you had given him your true name.
Yes.
And he told you that I'll just take you home since you live right around the block.
Because I said my mother might be home.
And you told him that your mother might be home.
Yeah. She could verify my identity, and my ID was probably somewhere in the house.
Hey, can I stop you right there for a second?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the AVL, when you see that he rolls up on her right around the corner from her house,
Mm-hmm.
didn't that AVL show that he sat there for a few minutes and talked to her?
I think I counted, I looked at it last night, and
like,
I think it was like 3 or 4 minutes.
I was going to say 3 minutes is what I was remembering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just like, it was a conversation before he got her in his car and rolled around the corner to her house.
Right. I figured long enough to, have a brief conversation with her and for him to do the backhanded pat search on her before he put her in the back of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he said that today, that he would absolutely never, ever, ever, ever put someone in the back of his car without pat searching them.
Oh, of course not. Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
They could have a gun or knife
Shoot
or
him
whatever.
in the back of the head.
Absolutely. You just never know. Absolutely.
And if they're out of his sight if they were out of his sight for any period of time where they could have had the opportunity to get a weapon, or he would search him again.
Right.
If he was going to put him in the back of his car.
And this had been a couple of hours, 2.5 hours. So, yeah.
All right.
So, I think I have let me see here something really quick.
Tuesday, June 17, 2000.
Last name is Gardner. That's George Adam Robert David Nora Edward Robert. First name is Adaira. That's Adam David Adam Ida Robert Adam. Date of birth is 1/9/97. Black female.
And 20.
So I think that was the first stop. Unfortunately, we aren't able to get anything better or more detailed. But then this one's even quicker than that one was. But this is a brief, like maybe 10 or 12 seconds, if that.
Is this the one that I said I couldn't even understand what it said?
No, I didn't even bother to record that one.
Okay, all right.
This is the one where he stops Adaira alone. And
Okay, right around
yeah.
the corner.
Yep, on Indiana.
Tuesday, June 17,
45 out 1 at 13th in Indiana.
1:19.
Yeah, that was really
13th in Indiana.
George Adam Robert David Nora Edward Robert.
sorry, that was a mistake. But yeah, so they were very, very brief, and we just don't have access to anything more than that. Or I
Couldn't find
don't, so,
return traffic.
yeah. Yeah. So, okay. Let's see.
You start on line 12?
Yes. Yes.
Tell me when you're ready.
You go ahead.
All right. So you tell Officer Holtzclaw your mother may be home. You live right around the block.
Yes.
And he agrees to take you home.
No, he offers to take me home.
He offered to take you home, and you agreed.
Yes, I was walking anyways.
Okay, so you get in his car. He drove you to your mother's house.
Yes.
When you got to your mother's house, your mother was not there.
No, she was not.
And Officer Holtzclaw, did he park in the street or did he park in the driveway?
He parked in the driveway.
Okay. And when he parked in the driveway and you entered into the mudroom, that's, we've seen on the exhibits, you walked up to the front door, correct?
When I'm sorry, could you?
After Holtzclaw transported you to your mother's house, you got out and you went to the front door, correct?
No, he let me out.
Okay. He let you out and then you walked up to the front door.
No, then he questioned me like, how do I know you really stay here? So my mom's not home. There's like a picture on the front door. I don't know. I can't get in. I don't have a key. No sense.
Okay.
And then I was walking up to try to show him the picture.
Okay. At that point in time, Officer Holtzclaw had already been through your purse, correct?
Yes, on the first occasion.
On the first occasion, he had dug through your purse trying to look for your items, drugs, because he was talking about drugs, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
But he had dug through your purse, correct?
Yes.
Then it's your testimony after he let you out of the car, you explained to him, my mom's not here, I don't have a key, correct?
Yeah.
I can't get into my mom's home or my mom's house, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't expect Officer Holtzclaw to get out a credit card and jimmy the door to let you in, did you?
Why would he? What are you saying?
I'm asking you your thought process.
No, I expected him, like I said before, I expected him to look on my door because it had a picture, like it had my mom's name and stuff on it. And I'm like, since he ran my name, he's seen who my mom is and stuff, so he knows me. That's why. That's what I expected him to do. But that's not.
So you're showing him something outside the house and explaining to him.
No.
That is.
It was inside the mudroom on the front door. There's a picture.
And it's your testimony that Officer Holtzclaw did not jimmy the door, correct?
No, he did not.
You're stating at that point in time is when he did this as you were facing the door. You're saying that he touched your breast, vagina, and then he has you bend over on the chair and he has intercourse with you, correct?
At that point in time, he started accusing me of having drugs and stuff. And then he continued to accuse me of not being who I said I was.
Okay. So Officer Holtzclaw, where is this conversation taking place? In the mudroom?
On the porch, yes.
When you talk about the porch.
The porch is the mudroom. Yes, it's a closed-in porch.
So while you're on the porch or in the mudroom, Officer Holtzclaw is still continuing to ask you about narcotics, correct?
I don't know it was about narcotics, about drugs, and about me not being who I say I was. How does he know I even try to live here? How does he know I even live here and I'm just trying to break into this house? Like, well, there's my mom's name right there. And then he's like, I'm not sure you are who you say you are. You know you have warrants. That's when that line of conversation started.
So you're trying to convince him that this is where you're supposed to be, and he's not quite buying it. That be a fair statement?
No,
He doesn't get out anything to jimmy the door. You're saying that at that point in time, as you're facing the door, which would be closed, correct?
yes,
And locked.
yes,
You're saying at that point in time is when he frisked you or searched you and he touches your breast and your vagina, correct?
no. I said at that point in time, that's when he continued to say I wasn't who I said I was and that I didn't live here and that he doesn't want to make it harder than it has to be. And I already know I have warrants.
Okay.
That's when that happened.
So he tells you that all those things that he doesn't believe you live there.
Yeah. And I told him, you already searched my purse. And he said, I'm going to have to search you.
Okay. And again, in your purse, there's nothing identifying you by name you'd given him, correct?
No, there's not.
Okay. So he's questioning whether or not you are who you say you are.
I don't believe that's what he was doing.
But, well, and that gets us to the point you're saying at that point in time is when he says, I need to search you.
Yeah, that was for the drugs again.
He was searching you for drugs at that point.
I don't understand how I could have hid any drugs in some cotton shorts and a tank top, but yeah.
So after he was asking you about the drugs, then is that when, as you are facing the door, you're saying that he searched you and where he touched your breast and your vagina?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're saying that you moved over towards the chair.
No, I'm not saying that.
How did you get over towards the chair?
The fridge is right there. The door's right there. The chair is adjacent. Like the chair's right across from the fridge. There's a small space.
Okay. The chair would be on the left side of that picture that's currently up there.
The chair would be on the left side of the door. Yeah, right there where that crate is.
Where the outlet is?
That's where the chair would be. So I'm standing towards the door like this.
Okay. That's exhibit 373.
He's standing like between where that cinder block is and on the fridge, kind of like this.
And then it's your testimony at that point in time is when he inserted his penis into your vagina, had intercourse with you on the front porch, correct?
No, I said then he was telling me about my warrants. He didn't want to make it harder than it has to be. He doesn't want to make this hard and then I have to bend over. That's what that was. And then that's when turned me like that.
Okay.
So I was standing like this and it was like this. It wasn't no moving around towards the chair or nothing like that.
Okay. Are you saying that, so then it was Officer Holtzclaw that pulled your shorts and your underwear down? Is that your testimony? What your testimony is?
Yes.
Okay. Then you're saying that Officer Holtzclaw had intercourse with you on the front porch or the mudroom.
No. What?
Is that when you're saying Officer Holtzclaw had intercourse with you?
Could you rephrase the question, please, from the beginning? Because
Sure.
I'm not really following your sporadic questions.
Yeah. My God. Okay. Line 14. You're saying that the chair is to the left from those outlets are depicted in that picture, correct?
Yes, yes.
It's not there now, correct?
No, it's not. That was later.
And you're saying that at that point in time, Officer Holtzclaw, it's your testimony, pulled your shorts and your underwear down, correct?
Yes.
He's still behind you. You're facing toward the door.
Yeah, his back is to the fridge.
He's what?
His back is to the refrigerator.
His back is to the refrigerator that is depicted on the right-hand side of the photograph, correct?
Yeah, the door was closed though. Yeah.
And the door was closed and locked.
Yeah, so there's way less space than that.
And then it's your testimony that Officer Holtzclaw pulled down your shorts and your panties and had intercourse with you there in the mudroom, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so you're not sure?
I am sure, but I'm not sure if you're trying to put words in my mouth like you have been this whole time. Or Susan?
Just
answer the question. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Answer the questions, ma'am.
I am sure that he bent me over, pulled my drawers down, pulled my panties, pulled my shorts and my drawers down, and then raped me. That's what I'm sure of. So maybe that's the same thing you said. I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything. It's just really getting me upset by the way you're coming at me.
Then it's your testimony that Officer Holtzclaw, after that event takes place, the intercourse, did he say anything else to you?
He was saying things during, and he said something after, yes.
Okay. And then after that, what got him to leave? Do you have any idea?
I guess he finished.
Okay. But you don't believe that he ejaculated or came, correct?
I'm not sure if he did or not. My back was to him. I didn't have any signs of it, but I'm not sure if he did or not. It wasn't.
So you're saying that he could have?
I'm not sure. He could have, yes. I'm not sure.
So I lost my line here.
Line 11.
So are you saying line 11? Yeah. So then also Holtzclaw leaves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Gets in his squad car, backs out of the driveway, and leaves.
No, he stands. He walks out, and he stands out on the front like lawn by the gate, between the gate and the mudroom, and he says, "I might be back."
Okay. So he exited the mudroom, stood in the yard, and said, "I might be back."
Well, I wouldn't call it part of the yard, but yeah.
Okay. And then did he get in his car?
Yes, he did.
What period of time, how long did all these events, how long did it take for all this to happen and that you've testified to him being at the house?
I'm sorry?
From the time that you parked at the house till the time that Officer Holtzclaw left, just approximately, how long was that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you have any discussions at all with Detective Davis in your initial interview of how long the GPS showed that the car was there?
No, I didn't. We didn't go in depth about the GPS.
Okay. Then after Officer Holtzclaw leaves, I think it's your testimony you went to your neighbor.
No, I said I sat there for a minute.
Okay. You sat there for a minute. How long did you sit there?
I'm not sure. I was in shock.
So at some point in time, you eventually go over to your neighbor's house.
Yes, at some point in time, I eventually went over to my neighbor's house. And it's not my neighbor. He lives a few houses down.
Do you know what his name is?
Yes.
What is it?
Michael Jefferson.
And again, whenever you went down to Mr. Jefferson's house, how many houses away from your mother's house is that?
I'm not sure, but it's the house on the corner.
Okay. And he's let you into your mother's house before.
He had a couple of times before. I believe so. Yes.
And again, you told him nothing about what allegedly transpired between you and Officer Holtzclaw.
No, I didn't.
And then your mother, and so he let you in your home and you go inside, correct?
Yes.
And then your mother came home later?
Yeah, probably when she got off work.
Okay. And again, you didn't tell your mother when she came home.
No,
That you eventually went out again that night, correct?
I went out before she came home again.
So you went back out before your mother got.
After I got in the house, I probably found my keys, or yeah, I think I found my keys. I went in the house, they were behind the dresser. I go back out and
So you found your keys?
yeah, they were behind the dresser in my mom's room. I just didn't feel like reaching back there and getting them. That's so bizarre.
Okay, so after the neighbor let you in is when.
Yeah, I got the keys. Went back to Mike's house. He let me in before then, so it had been a little time past since I went back outside. And I was walking down the street and I saw my friend Money.
You saw Money?
Yes.
And where did you and Money go then?
We were standing on Mike's lawn.
Okay, and what were you doing on Mike's lawn?
Okay, we need to pause here.
Okay.
Because there is no report of any of that anywhere. When in the police report and the recorded police interview, she just indicates that she got back, the officer left, she sat there on the porch for a minute, then she walked around for a bit, are the words that she used, and then she went down to the corner and got Mike. Mike came in, let her in the house, and she implies that that's where she stayed for the rest of the night until her mom got home.
Oh, so we got some new stuff here.
So this is at least 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, being conservative, this is at least 10 o'clock. And Daniel calls her mom at 11:42. So her mom's going to arrive home sometime. Well, she's sound asleep and thinks it's the middle of the night at 11:42. So, I mean, however fast you can, I don't know, my husband falls asleep that fast, but I can't relate to that. Anyway.
So yeah, there's
So-
a
Text.
there's a
So
lot of,
when her mom gets home, was she there? Was it Adaira there? Or is she still out?
well, we'll find out when her mom testifies
Wouldn't
next.
you like to know, Jack?
Wouldn't you like to know?
So
Okay.
yeah, remember everything that we just talked about just now, so that that we just read, because it's important.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I just needed to pause and try to explain some of that. Okay.
That's line 14.
Okay.
Okay, and what were you talking about?
I remember if I told her that day or the day after, but I think it may have been that day or the day after when I told her that what had happened with the cop.
Is Money a female?
Yes, she is. Kamisha.
Is what?
Kamisha is her name.
Well, what is her last name?
Murphy. I need to get some water or something. Can I get a drink of water, please? You're
I'll
muted, Susan.
Oh, okay. She might be away.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and take a break right now. You can step down. Mr. Gieger, will you help her?
Okay, so yeah, then they go on a break and then they come back and a recess was taken. Okay, the court. Whoops, the court.
All right, Miss Gardner. If you would come back in again and have a seat. Have a seat over in the witness chair. Pull the microphone right in front of you and let me remind you, ma'am, that you are still under oath.
All right.
All right, Mr. Adams, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gardner, I want to go back to the first time you came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw on the June 17th of 2014, okay?
Yes.
Okay, and what was, and that was when you were with the two individuals that you would describe as Face and Chocolate.
Yes.
While you were with Face and Chocolate that day prior to meeting with Officer Holtzclaw, were you talking to Face and Chocolate about dope and ice?
No, I was not.
If Chocolate would say something like she would be talking, telling something that's not the truth, correct?
Me and Chocolate are not friends anymore. We got into altercations after that. So anything she would say would not be true.
Of course not. In any event, in your encounter with Officer Holtzclaw, the first one, with Chocolate and the ice there, with Chocolate and Face there, you told us about what Officer Holtzclaw asked you, correct? Where you lived and what your home was, or what your name was, things of that nature.
Could you restate the question in other words?
Did Officer Holtzclaw run a check on your name on June the
Yes, he
17th
did.
of 2014 on that first encounter?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And he searched your purse.
Yes, he did.
Did he search your body?
Not on the first encounter, no.
Okay. Now on the now, do you recall in your preliminary hearing or testifying in this matter in the preliminary hearing while you were under oath?
Really quick, did we already talk about the fact that her purse being searched was never mentioned anywhere prior to she got to trial? I don't know if we mentioned that.
No, nope,
Okay,
not.
so nowhere in the police report or the recorded interview at all does she say anything about her purse being searched. Trial.
So we got more at more added shit.
Yeah. Yep. And it's like and they talk about it several times. So, but okay, I'll start on line 23. I'm sorry. Could you restate the question?
Do you recall previously testifying in this case back last year?
Last year?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I do remember.
Okay. Do you recall these questions being asked and these answers being given on page 194, line 16?
Mr. Gieger.
Objection to reading the transcript, Your Honor. Come up.
Who's Susan?
Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Adams. I just asked her if she was searched the first time. She said no. And I'm going to read from the transcript where she says that she was.
Okay.
And it's impeachment. It's just classic impeachment of what a witness with previously sworn testimony.
You can't just read from the transcript. You can ask leading questions from, she has said, no, I wasn't searched. You can lay the foundation of the prior testimony and then impeach her with a question and an answer.
And that's what I'm doing. She just said that she was not searched, and I'm getting ready to impeach her with her question and answer out of the transcript.
Well, you got to get a little bit more foundation in there.
I asked her if she was searched.
She said no.
She said no. Now I'm getting ready to read where she said she was.
Okay, but you can't read. You've got to ask it in a leading question, whether you remember giving this statement, this answer, those kind of things.
And that's what I'm doing. I was saying, do you recall these questions being asked and these answers being given while you were under oath? Previous testimony. Question, were you searched? Answer, yes.
Lay the foundation about the preliminary hearing. She said she remembers testifying.
Okay. Okay, line 22. Did you testify in a preliminary hearing in this manner? In this case, against Officer Holtzclaw, did you testify in a preliminary hearing
Yes, I did.
in front of a judge?
Yes, I did.
And were you sworn to tell the truth just as you are here today?
Sorry, could you rephrase that last part?
You were sworn to tell the truth just as you were here today. You were sworn in to tell the truth.
Yes, I was.
And do you recall these questions being asked and these answers being given on page 194?
I don't have page 194, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
God.
Page 194, line 16. Question. Okay, later on again, on the 17th day of June, did you have contact with the same officer again? Answer, yes.
And Your Honor, again, the foundation hasn't been laid if he's talking about the second incident. He hasn't laid the foundation to talk about the second incident.
Page.
Specifically on the question you want to get to.
Page 197, line 22. Question.
My objection, Your Honor. Can I approach?
Can I have one of those if he's...
Hang on. My objection is it's not proper impeachment. The context is he's gone through her purse and he searched her purse. The question above it, he wants to start reading at question 22. The answer at question 21 is, I think he means line, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, he went through my purse. Yeah, he went through my purse when he ran my name. Question. Okay. So later he starts asking about drugs. Were you curious because he had already searched you that night? And she says, yeah. She's talking about her purse. The question is not about her person, and that's what he's trying to impeach her with.
And he can clean it up. And he can clean it up on cross.
It's not proper impeachment to...
Can you talk a little bit louder? I'm just simply trying to lay foundation so that I can properly impeach the witness with a preliminary transcript. If that was true, if what he's saying, why did he ask the next question? So it'd already been searched. So now...
Well, you can't lay a foundation for impeachment by reading a considerable amount of the preliminary hearing transcript. You can impeach her with the questions that you've got there, but it's got to be impeachment of the question that you asked. Were you searched on the first time? She said no.
Right. And that's exactly the court. It says, okay. So later on, when he starts talking about the drugs, you were curious because he's already searched you. Searched you that night, being on the operative word.
Well, the question still has got to be, have you given an answer different from that?
Okay.
And then you can get to that question.
God.
Okay. So it's kind of important here. Once we get back into this here, you'll see why Scott Adams made the comment to Gieger, could he talk a little louder, being a smartass, because Adaira was listening to this whole exchange.
Sure.
She heard everything.
Which again, I think is improper, totally improper.
Well, you'll see that she definitely heard everything, and she's no dummy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Line 18.
Hey guys, I apologize.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
She's back.
All right. As long as you got us a couple of tacos.
No tacos tonight.
Damn it. Okay. Okay. Line 18. You had stated on this first encounter with Officer Holtzclaw that he did not search you, correct?
I'm sorry. Could you restate that?
Are you shitting me? On the first encounter with Officer Holtzclaw, On June the 17th of 2014, you just stated under oath that Officer Holtzclaw did not search you, correct?
I'm sorry. I don't know what the context you're talking about.
Oh my God. On June 17th of 2014,
Should we state it?
the first encounter with Officer Holtzclaw, did he search you? Y-O-U.
I'm sorry. I know how to spell, but I'm asking you, could you rephrase the question?
The first time you came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw on June 14th or June 17th of 2014, did he search you? Y-O-U.
I'm sorry. Could you rephrase the question? I don't understand what you're trying to ask. God.
On
What
June
the
17th,
hell?
on
What?
June 17th of 2014, do you understand that? Seriously.
Yes, I do understand that. Seriously.
You came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw on 2 occasions.
Yes, the first occasion he searched my purse.
Did he search you?
On the first occasion,
Yes.
he searched my purse, which would be part of me.
What? Are you saying that
Oh
he
my
searched?
God.
She
No.
heard the whole conversation.
Yeah.
She
Yep.
knows what to
Wow.
say.
Yeah.
She knows
Yep.
how to keep him from getting this.
Yep.
Oh my God, she's smart right there.
Are you saying he searched?
No, he searched my belongings.
Do you recall these questions being asked and these answers being given at page 197 of the preliminary hearing?
How can I do that? I don't have that. I don't have the packet.
Line 22, question. Okay.
Object, Your Honor. He hasn't laid the foundation.
Sustained. Ma'am, you need to just answer the question as best you can.
How am I going to answer the question when he's
Answer the question as best you can.
all right?
Do you recall the question being asked at the preliminary hearing whether or not Officer Holtzclaw searched you on the first occasion?
No,
You don't recall that.
no, not.
Do you recall these questions being asked and these answers being given while you're under oath at the preliminary hearing? Line 22, page 197.
Could you tell me what the question was?
Still objecting, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to sustain the objection. You may see if anything would refresh your recollection.
That would help.
Oh my God, these games they're playing. And the judge is helping him.
Yeah.
Mr. Adam, may I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to make an offer of proof that this is the witness. I would like to make an offer of proof that this is the witness that supposedly had DNA evidence. The court is very well aware of any touching secondary transfer is of the utmost importance to our theory of defense. She states in this, it's unequivocal, and I'm reading verbatim what she testified to at preliminary hearing on page 197, line 22. Question. Okay. So later, when he starts asking you about drugs, you were curious because he had already searched you that night. Answer. Yeah. Y-E-A-H. So therefore, the very theory of defense, the court's not allowing me to properly impeach the witness, and I want it to be in the record. That was exactly what I intended on doing with this witness, is showing that she said previously that she had been searched. You, her, and I'm not allowed to do, and I'm not allowed to get to that or to get into it.
Well, you can use that to see if it refreshes her recollection. And if she says yes, then you can ask the question.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying now.
Hang on just a second.
May I show the witness the transcript, Your Honor?
All right.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at lines 22 through 25 and ask you if that refreshes your memory.
Yes.
All right. Hang on just a second. Let him get back.
Yeah, I understand now. I apologize.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Were you asked in the preliminary hearing whether or not Officer Holtzclaw searched you during the first encounter with him on June 17th of 2014?
Why don't you read the line before that too?
Do what?
The line before that?
Ma'am, just answer the question that's asked.
I'm sorry. Could you ask me one more time?
Were you asked whether or not Officer Holtzclaw searched you on the first occasion of this encounter you had with him on June 17th of 2014?
Yes, I was asked that.
And your answer was yes.
My answer was yes, but I didn't understand the question because it was worded wrong. I said he looked through my purse, and then he said, so he had already searched you that night. And I said, yes. I thought by you saying you was meaning my purse. Oh, God.
You're saying I'm the one that was asking you the questions?
I'm not even remembering who was asking the questions, but I just read the transcript. Didn't say no names on it, but I was still thinking about the purse when I answered that. He didn't search my body the first time. He searched my purse. So I said he already searched me because he searched my purse. That is not at all.
So on the porch did he search your purse on the porch then?
Exactly.
On the mudroom? And then shoved her on the chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's what happened.
You understand that those questions were being asked by Mr. Geiger,
Yes.
not by me in the preliminary hearing.
I understand that. And I apologize for saying it like that. But I kind of didn't get the question all the way because of the way it was worded. But he did not search the first time. I didn't lie under oath, but I didn't understand completely.
The hell you didn't. You recall when your mother came home on June the 17th of 2014 that all you told her about the instance encounter with Officer Holtzclaw is that you had just met a hot cop.
No, I do not recall that.
You deny that you told your mother that on June 17th of 2014 that you had met a hot cop when she came home from work.
No, I do not recall.
You did not do that.
No, I did not.
She answered the question, Your Honor. She didn't do it.
Well, she gave two different answers.
I said, no, I didn't recall. No, I didn't recall.
Are you aware of the fact that your mother had reported you as a runaway on June 17th of 2014?
I'm aware now.
Okay. Were you aware back on June 17th of 2014 your mother had reported you as a runaway?
No, I wasn't.
And you say you're aware.
My mother didn't have custody of me at the time.
You say you're aware now. How are you aware now?
Because you just said it.
So before today, you did not know that?
I knew that from earlier today. It had been brought to my attention, but I didn't know it beforehand.
Oh my God.
Not true. She knew it during the frickin' recorded interview.
And you know what? Her mom not having custody of her, well, that's true. But that's even more important for her mom to file a missing person report when she's not the custodial parent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is. Okay. Who brought it to your attention earlier today?
I think it was my mom. Well, actually, it was last week when the warrant came in the mail. That's when she brought it to my attention. Oh, my God.
So it's not today. It was earlier today. It was last week. So she goes from just hearing it from him to hearing it earlier that day to hearing it the week before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a warrant came in the mail for what?
Yes, a city ticket from, I guess, I don't know who sends warrants out, but it was a $168 warrant for disorderly conduct on that date. That's not what.
On what date?
On June 17th of 2014.
So you had a warrant issued for you on the date that you're saying all.
No. The warrant was issued, I believe, on it was this month. Yeah, I just paid it off.
Okay. And that brought up the discussion with you and who about you
My mother.
being, if you'll
My mother, yes.
let me finish my question, I'll let you finish your answer. So you received a warrant in the mail, and that brought up the discussion that she had previously reported you as a runaway.
Not as a runaway.
If you'll let me finish my question, I'll let you finish your answer.
Sorry.
You received a warrant in the mail, and you're telling this jury that brought up the discussion amongst you and your mother that she had reported you as a runaway back in June of 2014.
No.
Okay, when did you find out your mother had reported you as a runaway on June 17th of 2014?
Today.
When?
Just now.
When I just asked you?
No, a little bit earlier today.
Okay, by who? Your mother?
By Detective Kim.
By who?
No, it was, how do you pronounce your last name?
I'm sorry?
She asked how to pronounce my last name, counsel.
Gieger.
Gieger?
Yes, by Mr. Gieger.
Mr. Gieger, yes. He said that she reported me as a runaway, and I didn't know she had done that. I didn't. I don't know. I don't even recall getting into, I didn't think that was the same day we had gotten into an argument. Oh my God, there's just a...
Oh, so he talked her through that, how
Yeah.
she was supposed to address that before.
Wow.
And she blew it.
Wow. She did. She's off the fucking Christmas part.
Well,
She's
there's
off the...
too much stuff to remember, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's hard to remember lies.
Yeah,
Lies are difficult. Okay, line 17. Did he talk to you at all about your mother signing off on an assault and battery complaint
No, she did not.
against you? If you'll let me finish my question, I'm going to let you finish your answer, Ms. Gardner.
I'm sorry.
Did he talk to you at all about your mother signing a complaint back on June 17th in the early morning hours of 2014 that you had committed an assault and battery upon her?
No, he did not.
He said nothing about that?
No, he didn't.
Asked and answered, Your Honor. All right, sustained. She said no 3 times.
Now, for the first time you had any conversations about Officer Holtzclaw with anyone from the Oklahoma City Police Department was in October of 2014, correct?
When I got back from Detroit?
It was actually October the 24th of 2014. Would that been the very first time you ever talked to anyone at the Oklahoma City Police Department about Officer Holtzclaw?
I believe it was around that time, yes. I got back from Detroit maybe a little bit before that. I'm not sure exactly when.
You would agree with me that that's the very first time you ever talked to, and it's Detective Davis sitting here at this table, correct?
Yes, that is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. Okay, and that's who you talked to the very first time, correct?
Yes.
Now, whenever you had that discussion with Detective Davis back on October the 24th of 2014, you had already Googled what you've testified to here on direct about the officer and the Oklahoma City being accused of all these things, correct?
I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that?
Did you not testify on direct examination earlier this morning and prior to your discussion with Detective Davis on October 24th of 2014, you had Googled an Oklahoma City police officer that was being accused of a number of things with women?
Could you rephrase that and make it shorter, like expedite it? Because I'm not really, I'm not following.
Did you meet with Detective Davis on October the 24th of 2014?
I'm not sure if that was the date.
Okay.
That's not part of the question. I didn't understand.
Let's just go with the very first time you met with Detective Davis.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Prior to meeting with Detective Davis for the first time, you had already done an internet search on an officer here in Oklahoma City accused of crimes against women, correct?
Not exactly.
Then tell me exactly what you did.
My mother contacted me on Facebook and she sent me a picture of Daniel Holtzclaw's face. And she said, "Do you know this man?" And I said, "Yes." "Why?" She said, "Because there's women like filing a case on him. He's been," and I just Googled Oklahoma City, like case like in 2014 or whatever year that was, and he popped up. And it was like 7 women said that he sexually assaulted them. And I said, "He did the same thing to me." And she said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "He raped me." She said, "Are you going to talk to detectives?" I was like, "I'm not going to talk to no cops. I'm not going to talk to nobody." But I thought about it for a while and I told her I might. And then I got back down here. And that's before my boyfriend got out of jail. But I got back down here and I agreed to talk to Kim. Oops.
Okay. Now, whenever you talk to Ms. Davis, that's when she was talking to you about the GPS device in Officer
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Holtzclaw's car, correct?
Overruled.
I'm sorry. What are you saying?
When you talk to Detective Davis on this occasion, that I'm not going to get into the date.
You don't have to yell.
Are you back, Susan? Hang on, ma'am.
This is when you talked about the GPS device in Officer Holtzclaw's car, correct?
I'm sorry. I can't really process yelling that well. I have anxiety. God.
Me too.
I can't imagine Scott Davis or Scott Adams yelling at. Anyway,
Yeah.
He
You
probably
agree
was
with-
frustrated. I mean, I
I'm
can
sure-
imagine it after all this. I'm
sure he was. I'd be on fire. I'm telling you. You would agree with me that on June 17th of 2014, Officer Holtzclaw called your mother.
Could you repeat that, please?
Hey, can you
On
let
Ju-
Susan back in? She's
Oh.
backstage.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
She
Hello?
lost her connection.
Oh.
Can you
Oh.
hear me now?
Yeah,
Yep.
we can.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, my
Welcome
internet
back,
went out.
Judge.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's,
Always
Welcome
have
back,
problems
Judge
during
Nasty
this.
Pants.
Hey, you're out of order.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sanction me.
Please.
Yeah.
all right. Line 15.
Yes.
On June 17th of 2014, Officer Holtzclaw called your mother on the telephone.
I don't
Do you understand that?
because I don't know because I wasn't there to answer her phone. I don't even know that's her side. I don't know what's going on with that at all. Wow.
Have you had any discussions with your mother at all wherein it was discussed that she had received a phone call from Officer Holtzclaw on June 17th of 2014?
No conversations. No. That's not true.
So you and your mother had never had so you and your mother had never had such a conversation.
That's not, that's another lie because she said in the recorded police report that her mother told her that the officer had called her that night.
I remember that.
Isn't that right, Kay?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Line 3. I've heard her talk about it to Detective Kim, but she said that he had called her phone and she got worried about it. So she had took a picture of it or screenshot it or something. But I didn't know that she had done that until like she said something to Kim about it.
Are you aware of the fact yes or no, that Officer Holtzclaw called your mother to check on your welfare on June 17th of 2014?
I don't understand that. Would you rephrase it, please?
Do you know whether you stated that you've heard your mother talk about some phone call that she received from Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
No. Could you please lower your voice? You're making me really anxious. It's hard for me to process things when I'm anxious.
Are you aware of the fact that your mother received a phone call from Officer Holtzclaw on June 17th of 2014?
I was aware several months later.
Your Honor, objection.
You learned that several months later?
Several months later, yes.
He doesn't even rule.
He didn't even rule.
That's weird.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
must be texting one of his girlfriends.
Yeah.
Missed it.
Or he's frustrated too and ignoring him.
Yeah.
Line 2. Several months later from June?
Several months later from June, yes.
And how did you learn that information?
After the detectives contacted my mom contacted me. Then several months after that, that's when I heard about him calling her phone.
Yeah, that's okay. Who did you hear that from?
I believe I heard my mom saying something to Kim when Kim was asking my mom questions about telling her she needs to testify to. What?
When would that have been?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Testify to. I'm not sure. I've been up and down. I've slept since then, and my memory's not the best. But I know that I've heard her talk about it. I just can't remember when the incident was when I heard her. But I know it was several months after the incident happened with me and the cop. Excuse me.
Would you agree with me that when you did talk to Detective Davis for the first time, that you discussed with her a plethora of narcotics that you've been using?
I don't know what a plethora of narcotics I've been using.
How about a number?
Your Honor, relevance as to.
No, I don't recall.
Miss Gardner, hang on a second.
No,
Relevance.
Sorry.
Relevance as to in October. Oh, wait. Is that?
It's still Gieger.
Okay. Relevance as to in October of 2014, whether she was using narcotics or not.
All right. Overruled.
You recall discussing with Detective Davis that you had been using a number of illegal narcotics?
Not exactly.
Well, do you exactly remember telling Detective Davis that you used marijuana, you used pills,
Nope.
You used powder cocaine, you used methamphetamine, and you used PCP? Do you recall telling Detective Davis all those drugs that you've used?
I recall telling Detective Davis that I've tried those drugs in the past and that I wasn't using them at the time, that I occasionally smoked marijuana at the time, and I had recently, but the other drugs, I've been to treatment when I was a minor. I've been going through this, and I wasn't on all those drugs like you were trying to say. So, no, I don't recall telling her I was on all those drugs when I spoke with her. Experimenting is one thing. I'm only 18 years old. You got to try everything once. At least that's the philosophy that was around me. What is happening?
Yeah, see what I'm
It was
saying?
around me.
Yeah, I
Places-
mean, that was what she was exposed to,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Around me, places where I've been and places where I come from. You probably wouldn't understand that.
Right.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gardner, after you talked with Detective Davis on October 24th of 2014, did you then go to meet with a lawyer about suing the city of Oklahoma City and Officer Holtzclaw?
No, I did not go meet with a lawyer.
Did you go to a lawyer's office by the name of Mike Lauter?
No, I did not go to a lawyer's office by the name of Mike Lauder, and she did.
Do you deny that you have ever been to Lauder and Associates law firm?
What is Lauder? Where is Lauder and Associates law firm?
Hold on, I'll get you the address.
I don't drive. I just want help. If you could tell me, like the cross streets or something, God.
Do you recall, after interviewing with Detective Davis in October of 2014, checking in on your Facebook page at Lauder's office by the name of Mike Lauder here in Oklahoma City?
Checking in my Facebook page under Mike Lauder's Facebook?
No.
What are you saying?
Checking in under your Facebook page saying that you were at Lauder and Associates located at 33 North Classen Drive here in Oklahoma City.
Oh, I had went to speak with a receptionist.
My God.
And she gave me a referral to a few different lawyers, but I never talked to Lauder, never talked to any lawyers, talked to a receptionist and got a referral.
And who was that referral to?
She didn't even give me a referral to a specific person. She said I would need to speak with some civil rights lawyers because those aren't the type of cases that they handle there. So now she did go to Mike Lauder's office.
Yep. So another lie. And so it's your intention then to sue the city of Oklahoma City.
No.
If you let me finish my question, I'll let you finish your answer.
You're telling me. You're asking me questions. You're telling me it's my intention.
Why did you go to the lawyer's office, a civil rights lawyer's office, if you have no intention of suing the city of Oklahoma City?
I didn't go to a civil rights office.
Are you saying that Lauder and Associates does not do that type of work?
That's what they told me. That's what their receptionist told me.
So then why did you go there?
Because I wasn't sure what type of lawyers handle what type of work. I'm not very experienced in this type of field. I usually don't get my civil rights violated by Oklahoma City police officers. So I wouldn't know how to go about that.
So you have no intentions whatever of trying to gain any money out of this, correct?
I don't have any intentions of trying to gain anything back but my well-being, my education, and some rehabilitation. All things
Okay.
that I promised to her.
Okay.
Maybe I would need money for that, but it's not for me. It's not for, maybe I would need money for that, but it's not for gain from being raped. Who wants to just go get raped to go get some money? I don't think that's how it works.
Or claim that you have been to get some money?
Ooh. I don't think the DNA evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Would say that.
She's the one that...
Overruled.
Oof.
Good God. She's
Wow.
using
Right?
that, isn't she?
Yeah. What a
Wow.
shit show. Pardon my French. Right? Or claim that you have been raped so you can go get some money?
I'm sorry. I would never claim that I've been raped. And I have been raped several times before. This is the first time I've ever come forward.
So this is your So is your testimony now that this has happened to you several times before?
Not by this officer,
Objection, Your Honor.
but I've been raped in the past.
Hang on. Oh, sorry. I forgot who I was.
Hang on. Come up.
She's the one that said it, not me. She's the one that's sitting here being arrogant and is being flippant. And I mean, I don't have a choice when she's saying that this has happened before. This is the only time. What do you want me to do?
She's not being flippant. In the reports, it talks about how she's been the victim of rape, how she was involved in a human trafficking investigation at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and she doesn't know what happened. Her father was trying to help them, then he became uncooperative. all this is in there, and I
didn't ask her about it. She volunteered it.
All right. I will allow you to ask the question if you want to know about whether it was this officer or not.
She said it wasn't, so I wasn't going to go into it anymore. But she's the one that just volunteered it.
I understand.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
just briefly, Judge.
Okay, hang on. We're going to switch here.
God,
So today some documents came through in the civil trial, which should be all but done, but those cases were never joined, so they were 4 cases. So still separate cases of Adaira Gardner and Rosetta Great, and maybe the paperwork will come through tomorrow or whatever, that it's done. I mean, they're basically done, I guess. But
she didn't get any. She didn't get anything, did she?
No.
Mm-mm.
Wait. Oh, confused. I'm confused.
Well, only 9. So 9 of them were awarded.
I'll pull up that press release.
I haven't seen that yet. Of course, I haven't had time.
Oh no, I mean from when the 9 settled.
Yeah, they were awarded $166,500 total.
Split.
To split between the 9 of them, yes.
Jesus Christ.
All that 7 years, whatever.
Yeah. And they also have to pay their attorneys from that, their share.
Let's see. Trying to find where it lists all their names. Okay, so Hill, Lyles, Morris. They got settlements even though they were not guilty.
Yeah.
He was acquitted of all counts on all of those 3 accusers, but they got settlements.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
It
Jesus.
is.
Some bullshit.
And then
I'm surprised the cases. I'm surprised the cases weren't joined, and I don't understand why they weren't.
They were going to be joined. Okay, they were going to be joined for trial. It was going to happen, but then they dropped Holtzclaw and they filed that appeal with the 10th Circuit. So if it got kicked back down to the trial judge in federal court, then they would have joined whatever cases were going to go forward if the 10th Circuit had overturned the summary judgment against the city of Oklahoma City. But that was where the money was. So with the city of Oklahoma City being granted summary judgment, it was a moot point for them to keep going. I mean, even though they went on for all those months and months and months and months after the city was given summary judgment, and they all said they were going to proceed against Holtzclaw and forced him to get ready for trial. And then they did this, dropped it like a week before the trial was supposed to start, or 2. I mean, it was, exhibit folders were being printed. It was happening. All the work had been done.
You guys worked your butts off for that.
Okay, so the other people were Liggins, Barnes, Raines, Ellis. Oh, wait, no. The only 2 that weren't were Ellis and Raines. So what the heck? Oh my God. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put a link to this. Carry on. Ignore my dumbass right now.
Are you here, Rhonda?
Are you here, Rhonda?
Did we lose Wanda? What the heck?
She might have gone to
Tinkle?
get a drink or something.
Sorry,
Tinkle?
I was talking away. You know
Oh,
me.
she was muted.
Oh,
I was muted.
That's funny.
So we're going to finish. This is only like 5 pages, not very long. And then we'll go right into Amanda Gates, who is Dara's mom. It's a wild testimony, and it's only like 30 or 32 pages long. It's not very long. So so we're just about done.
Dara lied so many times. Can you
Yeah.
repeat the question? And he asked the question very clearly and plainly. She just didn't want to answer.
Yeah, well, and it's said, now I don't put a lot of stock in this, but it's said that when a person is repeating, saying, can you repeat the question? Or, they're throwing in a lot of words like she does to him, that they're doing that. They're saying it. Well, and I remember this a lot during the Depp Heard trial, that they're, when they repeat, or when they say, can you repeat, or whatever, that they're thinking of while they're saying that, they're thinking of how they're going to actually answer it, because they know they're going to lie.
yeah.
Right.
How to avoid
Right.
it. Yeah.
Or
It's
how to avoid it.
deflection.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. So, Kay, are you going to read Gieger's part, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, what page does that start on?
Well, it's 3848 on the transcript page.
Okay. Let me find it so I can read from here.
Or, do you not have the PDF? Okay.
Oh,
Okay, that's fine.
3848. Oh my
Yes.
God, never mind. I'll read from yours.
Okay.
Jesus.
I'll try to be careful how I scroll. Okay, so you're going to start on line 21.
All right. Miss Gardner, I just have 1 or 2 questions for you, maybe 3. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, my God. I can imagine how the people in the chat feel.
Well, just to be fair to us, we've been working on this like really, really hard this last week. So
can you tell?
It's just so much, though. It's just so much.
Okay. In regard to the other sexual assaults, have you ever reported those?
I haven't reported them. They've been reported.
That's all I want to ask you.
Judge, may I approach?
Come up.
No, okay, Judge. She volunteered the information.
You're going to get to go back into it.
But I don't want to. And I intentionally didn't do it because I think it's some serious errors here. But my problem is she volunteered it. I specifically didn't ask any more about it. I sat down. Now, because she did report it, there was a bigger investigation, and I'm just trying not to get into all this. Now she's lied. She said she didn't.
She didn't report it. It was reported from her father.
But we can sit here, and I intentionally stayed away from that issue. She volunteered it, and I specifically jumped off of it and did not go into it.
Okay. No more questions about that. You objected to it, and I sustained the objection.
Okay. Ma'am, in regard to the transcript that Mr. Adams had you read, do you remember that? Had you looked at what you testified to before?
Yes.
In that context, ma'am, were you talking about your purse?
Yes, I was. Huh.
Your Honor, object to the leading nature of the question.
Sustained.
In that context, ma'am, what were you talking about? What had he searched the first time?
He searched my purse.
And whenever you were asked questions by me about it,
Yeah.
is that what you were talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, I meant purse, because you said, had he already searched you? Yeah. I didn't mean he searched my body. I just meant the purse. That's such a God.
And Mr. Adams, had you read from line 22, correct? And Mr. Adams, had you read from line 22, correct?
The one before the other line?
Number 22 is the one he had you read, correct?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. But there was 2 lines.
On 21, what did it say? The line right before.
It said, I don't remember it word for word, but it said, I think I said something like,
Why don't you ask another question?
could you just read line 22?
Well, if I show you that again, will
Yeah.
it refresh your memory?
Yeah, that would.
Just give me a second.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of frazzled right now.
Ma'am, on line 21, I don't want you to read it out loud, but I want you to look at it. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
What were you talking about at line 21?
He searched my purse when he ran my name.
And at line 22, were you asked if you were searched?
Yes.
Okay, finally, ma'am. The only other question I think I have for you is this one. Do you consider what happened to you on the porch to be intercourse?
Intercourse?
Yeah.
Um,
How would you describe it?
Rape. I would not describe that as intercourse.
Pass the witness.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Okay, so that's the end of that. Lunch, blah, blah, and then
Yes. Wow.
her mom comes on. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. Yep, it's Amanda.
Oh, wait, they go do a scene visit. This is what this is talking about.
Yeah, we're skipping past that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Are we coming back to talk about it, or should we summarize what happens here?
You can summarize it if you want. It didn't really have anything to do with Adaira's case, so I just didn't see any.
So this is the end of the trial. This is the second to the last day of the trial. They've met Adaira now, so they've met all of the accusers. And so they sent the jury out for lunch. The courtroom has been cleared, and they're having this conference talking about how to strategically do a drive-by of all the scenes, all of the alleged crime scenes. So they've arranged for the sheriff to have a van, and the judge goes in the van with all the jurors, and Holtzclaw goes in an unmarked police car riding in the front seat. And I guess they didn't want him behind a bar in a cage in a police car. And then the counsel drive their own cars, and they go pause at each scene without anyone saying a word. They don't announce which scene they are. The jurors just have to know. And then they come back, and we pick up with her testimony, with Amanda Gates' testimony, which is
That's all the same day?
Yeah, that was right after lunch. So
Huh.
Adaira was on the stand in the morning. They broke for lunch. Instead of coming back for lunch, they went into the jury room and told the jury what was going to happen. They went ahead and sent them out to like decoy anyone, so people wouldn't be hip to what was going on, because they were trying to make it so that protesters wouldn't have time to assemble at any of the alleged crime scenes, which would be a CF for the trial.
Huh.
And they pulled it off. So then they come back into the courtroom, and the judge comes back in and says that they're going to be in recess until further notice, and doesn't give anyone in the courtroom any idea of what's going on. And then he goes and jumps in the van, and they take off. So they come back, and it's like, I don't know, it's like 2:30 or something when they start court back. What page is that, Rhonda?
Hold on. What page that we're going to start
Amanda,
on?
yeah.
3872.
Okay.
And we can start on line 4. Really super quick. Just really fast. I think this is important to say. With TJ Anderson says, with Kim Davis, it doesn't surprise me. She's as bad as Ken Kratz, in my opinion. We think so too. And then he says, Davis for me, because I live here and know what a Nazi she is. And then he asks, who was Daniel's appeal attorney? I don't remember.
It was James Lockhart and someone Morehart. He had 2, but Lockhart was the main. Lockhart was the one that filed all the stuff. Those were through the indigent.
Oh, right. And then TJ Anderson says, I'm new to this case and I already have major reasonable doubt. Sounds like witness jury tampering. Well, I mean, I suppose that's something as well. So,
man, I think the biggest thing is how they used the AVL and lied about it and refused to produce the records showing when they actually pulled the AVL data.
I think that's a huge red flag right there.
If the court would have forced them to pull the audit logs and show when all that information was pulled and by whom, I think this would have all fallen apart. And, maybe Scott Adams didn't, maybe he's not techno like Kim. And he didn't.
It would have impeached Rocky and Blinkwinkle.
Oh, it definitely would have made the whole thing. They would have been caught in a lie on every single accuser.
Now, right? is that information that they have now, the lawyers? Still can't get it.
No.
Well, I mean, we still have post-conviction effort for things, but I don't know. I'm not privy to that kind of stuff. So.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, so we don't know if the post-conviction lawyers may have that information at this point in time. They might.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, and
hopefully.
Yeah, it's, Brady violations and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, why wouldn't a judge force the state to produce that? I mean, that's key evidence.
Well, apparently the judge had his mind made up already how this was going to go. The judge is part of the team.
Yep.
Obviously.
Yep.
Or maybe he wasn't worried about it. He was busy screwing prosecutors.
Well, that's true. Yeah, he was pretty busy he had problems with his zipper too. So
You mean disgraced former judge?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I mean. Disgraced former Judge Timothy Henderson. That's what I
Yes.
mean.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dog.
Ugh.
Okay.
All right.
All right. We're gonna go
So,
with so
yeah, this is
I'll do.
short.
Sorry. I will read the court part now, and Susan's going to read the part of Amanda Gates, and you need to have some attitude when Scott Adams is doing his cross-examination. I'm pretty sure you can handle that, Susan.
Probably.
So I'll read the court's parts, and you can do Amanda. Okay, so starting on line 4, the state may call its next witness, maybe.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Amanda Gates.
All right, if you'll have a seat over here in this chair, once you get situated, pull that microphone right around in front of you. If you would state your name and spell it for us, please.
Amanda Gates. AMANDAGATES.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Miss Gates, do you know Adaira Gardner?
Yes, she's my daughter.
Ma'am, during the month of June 2014, do you recall if your daughter had come to visit you?
Yes.
Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Do you understand my question?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember that time period, ma'am?
I do remember
All right.
some of it.
This is weird. What the
Yeah.
heck is all this? Ma'am, at some point, had you made a police report regarding your daughter and concerns that she had run away?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
There was a few times.
Okay, well, do you remember a time in June when that happened of 2014?
Uh-huh. Yes, I do.
Okay, whenever you made that runaway report, ma'am, was Amanda there? Does she know about you doing that?
Adaira?
I'm sorry, I said Amanda. Yes, ma'am, Adaira.
No, she was not aware of me doing that.
Kind of a common sense question. You wouldn't report her as a runaway if she was standing there with you.
Correct.
Fair enough.
Body.
Uh-huh.
Ma'am, do you recall a time in June whenever you received a telephone call from an individual saying that they were a police officer?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yes. I got a call when I was asleep. It was real late at night, and I was really tired. And it was a police officer asking me for my daughter. And and I got pretty upset because there was no reason a cop should be calling my phone in the middle of the night, waking me up, asking me for my 17-year-old daughter. And I got kind of rude with him, and I said, "Is this really even a police officer? And why are you calling my phone?" And I called him a pervert, and I hung up the phone.
It made you mad?
It made me mad. And it made me mad enough to even screenshot the phone number because I didn't think it was right. So I took a picture of it. And then that's it. And I've never heard from him again.
I want to ask you a few more questions about that phone call, okay?
Okay.
The individual you called, did he give a name?
Uh, I don't recall a name. I just remember he said he was with the Oklahoma City Police Department.
And do you remember specifically what he said about your daughter, or just remember generally he was asking about your daughter?
He was asked. He asked to talk to my daughter.
Okay. Do you remember him asking that?
Yes.
Did he indicate why, if you remember?
No.
Okay. When he asked to talk to your daughter, is that at that point he said, "I'm a police officer. May I talk to your daughter?" Is that all that you remember him saying at that point, or was there anything else he had told you?
Well, he didn't say my daughter. He said Adaira.
He said Adaira?
Uh-huh.
All right. Do you remember anything else about what he said during that telephone call?
No, because I was tired and I was pretty upset that he even called her.
Why did it make you so upset that an officer called and asked to speak to Adaira?
Because I know my daughter told me an officer dropped her off, and I didn't understand why an officer would drop her off at my house and not contact me when I reported her as a runaway.
I don't think Adaira said that she told her mom she dropped her off when she got home, did she? So at 10 o'clock,
No.
she's roaming around down to Mike's house, and then by 11:43, her mom's home and sound asleep and thinks it's the middle of the night. So at some point, okay. So stemming from that runaway report, your daughter had said something about an officer bringing her home.
Yes, because she was standing at the front gate when I got home, just with a blank stare on her face. And I asked how she got here, and she said an officer brought her home.
Okay. Other than that information that an officer brought me home, did she tell you anything else about that officer?
No, not that I recall. She just went inside and I went to bed. I was really tired. I worked a long day.
You know why we're here today? What all this is about?
Yes, he raped my daughter. I do.
Did you know that night?
No, I had no idea.
Had she told you about that night?
Nope, she did not tell me.
All right. But if I understand what you're telling me is because you had made a runaway report and an officer brought her home and then was calling her, that's what upset you?
It did upset me because you would think if somebody picked up my daughter because I have reported her as a runaway, scroll up please, before, uh, they call me immediately and say, I have your daughter. You can come pick her up.
And that's why is that why you said you called him a pervert? Is that why you called him a pervert?
Yes, because she's 17 and he's calling in the middle of the night for her. Nobody does that. It's not correct.
It upset you so much you took a picture,
Yes.
a screenshot of that.
Uh-huh.
Ma'am, some months later, did you remember talking to the detectives in this case?
I
I need to,
remember some of it.
I need to make a pause here.
Okay.
I meant to have this open and I didn't, but I want to go back just a little bit to where she's talking about how, let me see, how they call me immediately and say, I have your daughter. You can come and pick her up now. So it is a fact, and I found it on the police report to prove it, that this occurred. She reported her on the 17th. It did not get put into the system until the 20th of June. So Daniel would not, or any officer for that matter, would not have seen that Adaira was reported as a runaway on that day, on that night, later that night, because it didn't come into the system until the 20th of June.
Otherwise, when he ran her that morning, when he stopped her either time, if it would have been,
Yeah.
they would have, apparently they didn't flag her. I find that odd that Oklahoma City Police Department didn't have a policy where they would flag her in case she came into contact with law enforcement.
That's right.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
I have another question. Maybe it's a dumb one, but I'm going to ask anyway. Well, it's actually a double question. Did they not check Daniel's cell phone records?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah.
Did he actually call her?
Yeah, he did. And I think he did call her because he wanted to, well, first of all, when he came in contact with her the second time, and as she said, that
he didn't believe her?
no, she told him that her mom might be home. So he was taking her home. He was going to talk to her mom then and tell her mom who she had been hanging out with earlier. Because when he
Right.
left that first call, the reason that he let them all go so abruptly was because he got dispatched to some higher priority situation. So
Gotcha.
Aha.
So he
he
had to go.
ended
He
up
had to go.
he
Yeah.
split. He let them all go and he split. So he was coming circling back around, still knowing that he needed to make contact with her mother. He sees
Right.
her, he makes contact with her. She says, my mom might be home. He takes her around the corner. Her mom's not home. She says it's her house. I think he probably didn't believe her, maybe. I don't know.
Well, she
I
had
don't
no way
know
to
that
prove
part.
it. She had no way to prove who she was because she didn't have any fucking ID on her.
But
Well, her
the
meat
other
truck
thing is
wasn't there.
maybe it could have been in the system, you know,
Right.
because I don't know how he got her mom's phone number, but I'm imagining it. I would imagine it would have been from her.
Well,
I don't know. I'm guessing all these things. I just don't know.
Right.
well, because Adaira was still a juvenile, so her mother's phone number comes up as the guardian or whatever.
Primary contact.
But
Yeah,
you'd think
contact.
the address would come up too.
It did. I'm sure it did.
So I don't know what that was then. I mean,
Well, what was?
well, I mean, I don't know what transpired at the house when he took her home.
Well,
Because he was wanting to talk to her mom, but obviously there wasn't a car in the driveway.
right.
And
I think that he walked up. I think he was. I'm just completely guessing, but makes sense to me that she's saying, "Well, I can show you, that I live there when we get there." And so he went up to go see where, if she was indeed there now, or she did. What did she have to prove that she lived there? And then it's very possible that he was there for only a few minutes and then went out to his car and sat in the car. We can't know that. We know he was there, but we don't know if he went out and sat in the car and waited for a couple of minutes to see if her mom came home and then, just left or whatever and decided to call her later. I mean, there's any number of things that could have happened that, like, legitimate things.
sure, he could have tried to see if anyone else was at the house.
Exactly. Well, she said that her brother lived there sometimes. Maybe the brother was there and could let her in, or, I mean,
And knowing that the mother's going to be home at any time, he's
yeah,
going to rape her on the porch. I
right.
mean,
Yeah, that too.
in the
Right.
mudroom.
Yeah,
Right.
Ugh, jeez.
yeah, yeah. That's a good point I hadn't even thought of. So yeah. So yeah, there's. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that is stated, that it wasn't like a runaway report came up on Adaira and he just blew it off. It wasn't in the system yet for whatever reason. We can't know that, but it wasn't in the system. So, okay.
Let's see. I
think
lost
we're
my
on line
place.
14.
Okay,
We're on 14, yeah.
did you provide that screenshot to them
Yes, I did.
when they started asking you about this?
Yes, I said, I do remember having a police officer drop my daughter off, and then having one call me the same night in the middle of the night.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may approach.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you, I put a number on this. It's number 375. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
This is the picture I took.
Okay, is that your screenshot?
Yes, it is.
And it has the time and the date, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Is it accurate the way you remember the screenshot looking and what you gave to the detectives when you talked to them?
Yes.
Offer states 375, Your Honor.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 375 will be admitted.
Miss Gates, do you remember what your telephone number was at that time? Lord.
Yes.
What was it?
405-885-2949.
885-2949, correct?
That's correct.
States number 375. Is that the phone number that called you, and the time and the date at 11:42 p.m. on Tuesday, June 14th, June 17th, 2014?
I don't really remember the time, but that is the screenshot I took. Huh.
Okay. If that's what it says, then that's when it is. That's when it was.
That's when it was, yes.
Ma'am, I think that's all the questions I have. All right. Mr. Adams probably asked you some questions.
I bet.
All right, cross-examination.
Ms. Gates, back on June 17th of 2014, you had a job, correct?
Yes.
Were you working at Iowa Meats?
Iowa State Company.
Iowa State Company. Do you recall what time you got home when June the 17th of 2014?
No, I always get home late when it's summertime because I get home at dark. When it's dark is when I go home.
Do you recall in the early morning hours of June the 17th, 2014, reporting your daughter as a runaway?
I'm not really good with dates, but I do remember reporting her as a runaway.
Would have been the same date that you received this phone call?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Well, it was later on in the night, so yeah.
Do you recall trying to locate your daughter in the early morning hours of June 17, 2014, over by 44th and Shields?
Uh-huh.
And again, it's not just me. For benefit of the court, a reporter, if you could answer yes or no.
Yes.
And whenever you find your daughter over there at 44th and Shields in the early morning hours of June the 14th, did you not?
What does this have to do with the case, sir?
I'm just asking you some facts of the case that came out earlier. I'm just asking you if you found your daughter.
Well, this happened before the rape.
Well, I'm asking you, did you come into contact with your daughter in the early morning hours of June 17th of 2014 over at 44th and Shields?
I believe so.
Okay. And there was an altercation between you and your daughter.
Well, I wanted her to get in the car and come with me, and she did not.
And did she not hit you in the face 4 or 5 times?
No.
Did you sign a complaint with the Oklahoma City Police Department stating that, in fact, your daughter had committed an assault and battery upon you?
No.
On June 14th of 2014?
No, I did not.
May I approach the witness? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
If it's that disorderly conduct,
Do what?
I signed for a disorderly conduct and not assault and battery, sir.
Miss Gates, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying, did you tell the officers who arrived on the scene on the early morning hours of June 17, 2014, that your daughter had struck you in the face 4 or 5 times?
No, not that I recall, but I don't understand what this has to do with this man raping my daughter.
Ma'am, just answer the... I'm sorry.
All right. Ma'am, just answer the questions as best you can.
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May I approach?
I'm going to show you a document and ask you if you can read it from where I first started circling it. If you'll read that document and see if that refreshes your memory of whether or not you told the officers she punched you in the face 4 or 5 times. And I'll be happy to flip the page whenever you're ready.
Okay. You said 4 to 5 times in my face. That does not say that on there.
Does it say that?
It says 4 to 5 times on her arm and her face.
On your face and arms?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Well, that's what it says.
Okay. It goes on to state that you signed a ticket for assault and battery upon your daughter. Is that true?
Form of the question as to hearsay as to what the report says, Your Honor.
All right, rephrase your question.
Did you sign a ticket for your daughter, a citizen's complaint, asking that your daughter be arrested for assault and battery?
No.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May approach.
Ask you to read the first paragraph of this document and tell me if that refreshes your memory of whether or not you signed a complaint against your daughter.
I did file a complaint.
Now, did you sign a ticket?
I did sign a ticket, yes, for disorderly conduct.
Okay, would you agree with me that it says assault and battery?
I don't remember what that ticket said.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You can approach.
See if this refreshes your memory.
No, it does not.
Does that refresh your memory?
No, it does not.
Does it say assault and battery?
Objection to what it says.
I didn't see where it said assault and battery.
Sustained.
After you had made this complaint against your daughter and reported her as a runaway at this point, correct? At this point in time, correct?
Yes, I was worried about her.
Okay. And then the next time you saw your daughter, you say she was standing out in the front yard, correct? When you got home on the 17th. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And did your daughter tell you at that point in time that she had met a hot cop?
No. She said a police officer gave her a ride home.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
An approach.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you to read this and see if it refreshes your memory on whether or not you told the officer that your daughter told you that she had met a hot cop on that evening.
I don't remember that. Might have been something else we were talking about. This was a long time ago, and it's really stressful to know, to remember all these facts. And I don't think that's a fact.
Yeah. Do you recall telling Detective Davis that you talked to Detective Davis back on October the 3rd of 2014 that your daughter, the first thing that she said to you when you arrived there was that she had met a really hot cop that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to provide her with some headphones and let her listen to some audio and see if that would refresh her memory.
All right.
Can I have
audio?
Yes.
I think we have the audio.
Yeah. Yes. Lay the foundation of when this is so it's clear on the record.
On October the 3rd of 2014, did you have a conversation with Detective Davis about your daughter?
I don't remember.
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Davis about your daughter?
I remember talking to her at one time, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not she had audio recorded that?
No.
Okay. During your conversation, how many different conversations did you have how many different conversations have you had with Detective Davis?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall on any do you recall on any conversation that you had with Detective Davis telling her that when you first saw your daughter, that she told you that she had met a really hot cop that evening?
Yeah, we were talking about somebody else. I was confused.
Okay. So did you then in fact tell Detective Davis in relationship to this case that whenever you talked to your daughter on June 17th of 2014, the first thing she told you is that she had met a really hot cop?
I don't recall.
May I approach?
May I approach?
I'm going to let you listen to a little excerpt and tell me if that refreshes your memory.
For the witness's behalf, what is it that she's listening to?
He's going to listen to an excerpt of the conversation you had with Detective Davis on October the 3rd of 2014.
All right.
So the jury doesn't get to hear this?
I don't know if the jury didn't hear it or not.
They're giving her headphones?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
that's
got headphones.
That's weird.
What?
yeah, that's really screwed up.
I mean, especially
the
when
hell?
you hear it.
Yeah.
Are you going to play it, Rhonda?
Yep, I'm preparing right now.
Okay.
No, I'm going to make everybody guess.
Yeah, if the jury couldn't hear that there's something wrong here.
Yeah,
Why would
that's
they give her headphones? That's
yeah,
what
that's some bullshit right there. If the jury
Maybe
didn't
she
hear it,
was hard of hearing or something.
well,
could be.
she's young.
Yeah, she's only like 38 years old.
And besides, Susan, we're going to sign you up to read some transcripts for the Alec Murdaugh trial. Down way more Carolina.
Oh, okay, I got to make sure I'm at the right place, so it's hard for me to see it on this. So I might have to.
19 to 97, black female.
And 20.
Okay, here it comes.
Tuesday, June 17,
4501 at 13th in Indiana.
119.
Okay.
How long was your daughter a runaway? Oh, she does it all the time. That day it was only about 8-9 hours. Because I reported her that morning with some other police officers on the south side of Oklahoma City.
Uh-huh.
And then when I came home that night off work, she was standing there at my house.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody bring her home?
No, I did not.
Okay, what did your daughter tell you?
She said, I met this really hot cop. He told me I had a couple warrants, but he said, don't worry about it. Give me his number, and we're going to go out on dates. She's really nice, and he is sexy, and he's going to be calling me.
Wow.
I just looked at her like she was crazy.
Who would forget that?
Wow.
No,
Oh my
So-
God, she lies her ass off.
that's pretty damn detailed.
Yeah.
Yeah. No kidding.
And why would Adaira say that unless this cop was just nice to her and gave her a ride home?
Yeah, what other cop? What other cop
Exactly.
would she be talking about? It's the only one she's mentioned.
I've always said I wanted to see AVL records to see if at 11:43 if Daniel was outside their house calling her mom first, but then was going to come talk to her in person.
He was.
Oh, he was
Yeah,
I
the ABL shows that.
at 11:40
Ah.
something.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yep.
didn't know we had that.
Yep. Yeah, and it shows, and it made sense to me because he rolled back around, and the meat truck
Yeah,
was in
he
the driveway.
saw that she was home, so then he
Yeah.
called.
So he called, and then
I wonder what his other calls were just previous to.
So at this point, her mother has the idea that this cop is calling to get Adaira to go out with him. Because her daughter had told her, we're going to go out. He gave me
Yeah.
his number. And
Yep.
Well, Don't you think Adaira was just fucking with her because, she had already been in an altercation with her that morning. She ran away. Just being a teenage shit, just saying, "Oh yeah, I met a cop and we're gonna go out on dates," just to get under her mom's
Just to,
skin.
just to
Yeah,
piss her off.
she's already said they don't get along.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously, Adaira just beat her in the face and arm 4 or 5 times that morning and broke her phone.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, but we have to remember, right after this, Daniel goes and rapes Kayla Lyles and then goes and assaults Janie Liggins real fast.
Yeah, right.
that's all
He's
the
a
same
busy
day?
guy. Yeah.
Good Lord.
That's all right before he clocks out at 2. He supposedly rapes Kayla Lyles, and then on the way home he gets a 10-second blowjob from Janie Liggins.
Ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my God.
It really
Give me
is.
Oh, Jesus.
So ridiculous.
break over here.
Okay, line 24.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory in regards to your conversation with Detective Davis that you did tell her that when you first saw your daughter on June the 17th of 2014, that she told you that she had met a really hot cop?
No, not really.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, was that not you on the recording that you just listened to?
Well, it sounded like me. I think it was me, but I think I was thinking about something else, another occasion. A lot goes on within that much of a time span.
What?
What?
Okay, yeah, what time span? Jeez. Oh, she's trying to reflect the time back then up until now, but
Yeah.
that's not it at all. Anyway.
Uh,
Okay, Ms. Gates, under your testimony today, it's your statement that your daughter did not tell you anything inappropriate whatsoever happened between her and Officer Holtzclaw on June 17th, 2014, correct?
Correct.
Now, Officer Holtzclaw, you would agree with me, or you would agree with me, or did you receive a phone call from an officer at approximately 11:42 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And they identified themselves as an Oklahoma City police officer.
Correct.
And they had mentioned your daughter, Adaira, correct?
Adaira.
Adaira. And they had mentioned your daughter, Adaira, correct?
He asked for her.
And you didn't know whether or not he was really a cop or not.
Yeah, because I don't understand why a cop would do that.
You recall telling Detective Davis in the interview on October 3rd of 2014 that you didn't know if it was really a real cop?
I believe so.
And that after you told Detective Davis that you called him, the person on the telephone, a fucking pervert, and hung up. Is that a fair statement?
Close to that. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I know I was really upset enough to take the picture.
mhm.
She can't remember this other conversation that was just played for. Okay, right. But you would agree with me that no time did the cop get to tell you that what he was trying to tell you because you cut him off and hung up on him, correct?
That's correct. Because I didn't want to hear what he had to say. I didn't want him talking to my daughter.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Just 1 or 2 things, Judge. Miss Gates, in regards to your conversation with Detective Davis that Mr. Adams was just asking you about,
Uh-huh.
he gave you the date of October 3rd. Do you remember that day? It was that you, what?
Do you
remember
remember
what day it was that you actually talked to her?
No.
Does that sound about right, though, sometime in October?
Right now, I'm pretty stressed out.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have been since I found out. So, no, I will not. I do not remember the date at all.
Let me ask you another question. See if you know this. That's fine if you don't. Tell me. Was it several weeks and or months after you got that phone call that you talked to Detective Davis?
I'm believing months.
All right. Ma'am, and that's all I need to know as far as that goes.
Okay.
During that telephone conversation, ma'am, do you remember telling Detective Davis that you thought the phone call came at about 2 a.m. in the morning?
Yes, but because I was asleep. Uh-huh.
And now that you look at the screenshot, you know you were a little off on that, correct?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, and I heard what you told Mr. Adams, but I want to be clear. The statement about meeting a really hot cop, do you remember saying that to Detective Davis, or do you not remember saying that to Detective Davis?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Since then, you were telling Mr. Adams about something about how you thought she was talking about another person.
Who's Mr. Adams?
Mr. Adams is this man right here. Okay, help me understand what you were trying to say to him about that. Did Adaira ever say to you she'd met a really hot cop?
Well, yes.
Okay.
There's
Do you remember
there's some good-looking cops out there.
Do you remember when in the time frame in relation to the date you got that telephone call, whether it was then, before then, or after then, that you remember saying something about meeting a hot police officer?
I don't know.
Okay. I think that's all, Judge. Pass the witness. Adams, line
I don't have any questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Yep.
Wowzer.
Oh, Jesus.
We're getting
That's
into Detective Blinker. I
bullshit.
mean, my bad. Oh yeah, it's such bullshit. Both of them. Oh my god.
She's got visions of big money coming to her
She
daughter
sure does.
and herself.
I don't remember anything like that. If they weren't talking about, what other cop were they talking about? That's the only one that she ran into that
Hey,
day.
there's some hot cops out there.
Yeah, apparently.
That's just insane. God.
Jesus.
That
I
was
would love to see Daniel's call sheet for that night because
Yep.
I'm wondering if she really didn't just get home right when he called and that she's saying she was asleep, but actually she was probably possibly intoxicated. Maybe she went and had a few drinks after work or something like that.
Well, it's in the call sheet's in the police report. Let me see how close that is to where I'm. Let me see.
How would that tell when she gets home?
Well, because if he wasn't on other calls and if his AVL showed that he just was kind of circling that area waiting for her to get home so he could call her and talk to her.
Yeah, let me.
I don't know. I just wonder the chain of events. I haven't looked at it.
I can share it here real quick. We can discuss it.
I'm guessing he probably said to her, "I'm calling about your daughter, Adaira."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't even know if he did say that because she's going off of what Adaira told her, and she's thinking he's just a fucking pervert cop, and she's pissed off. So, she's just like, pretty much, fuck you. You're not talking to my daughter, you pig. And okay, so I don't know.
That sheet is everyone who called into dispatch, not just Daniel. So
I know this one's all Daniel's though, right here.
Does it say? Let's see.
So that's the 9th. Hold on, let me get. Oh, that's interesting. Why is it just? Hang on. That was weird. Okay, here we go. Well, that's weird that they, okay, so here we are. There's at 1751.
551.
So 551, he got a call for Jose Perez.
But I'm talking after he dropped her off at
Yeah,
9.
I'm
Okay.
looking to see if, so he looked up Adaira, he looked up Amanda Gates at 23:56. But
That's almost midnight. So that's after
Yeah.
she hung up on him.
Oh, yeah. So he's trying to figure her out after she hangs
Well-
up on him.
yeah, but I don't really know what this is, what this information is, though. Kay, do you know? Because it's
I
not.
think this is Varuna.
This is
I think so.
okay. I don't know. But well, this might tell us better. Let me get it rotated. This is hard to read though because it's a photocopy. But so
These are people he was out with.
so and these are the only ones that he filled in because he was bad about filling out his.
He got worse as the night went on, it seems.
Yeah. This is his daily activity report.
Well-
So this one's the one. These are the ones that give more information, but they were, for me, they were kind of hard to understand. These are incident reports. So 1850, which is 650. This would have been. Yeah, I don't. That's not going to tell us either. These are hard to understand because there's no names. What is this called? This is a incident reports. So this doesn't really show.
Traffic stop.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the report about where he pulled them over, where he stopped them rather, on Park and Blackwelder. These are just, for me, these are hard to understand though. And
There's 13th in Indiana.
yeah, so this is when he stopped Adaira.
So
and took
after
her home.
that,
9:20. And how long was he there then?
10 minutes from the time he got her around the corner till he left her house.
Mhm.
And he had to search her, and he called her in from that location.
Yeah.
We heard radio traffic on that. Look at the bottom of this page.
And she said he
Right
raped her
there.
for 10 minutes.
So is this showing who pulled this report and exactly when? Yeah, it is. See, this is exactly what they can get for AVL. See the bottom of this? This report got pulled on that date at that time by this operator. See,
Yeah.
that's exactly what they should have been able to provide Scott Adams when he asked for it, but instead they just said, "Oh, we didn't keep a record of that."
Yeah. it
And
was all-
Rocky Gregory was on vacation, so that's why he didn't.
Uh,
Yeah.
And the judge said, "Okay, I'm busy."
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
this has been a marathon, crazy
Yeah, it has. Sorry.
4.5 hour thing.
yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, like I knew it was going to be long. I just hoped it wouldn't be quite this long. But it's just hard to, get through it all. But for those of you that are still with us, I am so eternally grateful to you for sticking it out this long. I've never been 4 hours and 14 minutes before ever, I don't believe.
Rhonda's going to
She's
send
good.
you all flowers.
Well, Now let's not be hasty.
Well, since it's way past dinner time, can she something like tacos or
Could order pizza for everyone.
There's some fajitas, steak and chicken.
Oh my gosh, I know I already missed dinner. Hope it's probably all put away upstairs. So I don't think I'm not going to make any promises because we'll probably be a good 3 hours next week. We're going to have Dr. Silkman on, and look, Jack, man after our own hearts, TJ. That's what she said.
That's good. Good. That's good. That's perfect right there. Like that response.
Yes. So we're going to have Dr. Silkman on. We're going to read through Kim Davis's testimony. Kim Davis is just if you're not familiar with Kim Davis yet, you're probably going to be really annoyed with her during cross-examination in next week's testimony with her. And we want you to, I'm just going to put this in your ears for those of you who are still with us. Pay attention to next week when we're talking, when Gayland Gieger is doing direct examination on Kim Davis, and listen to how he twists things and puts words in her mouth or makes things that he's talking about so twisty that you just can't really comprehend what he's asking and what she's responding.
Lawyers.
Rhonda, I just cannot imagine Gayland Gieger leading a witness. Come on.
God, he didn't freaking lead her. He testified for her. Come on now.
Yeah.
So I won't keep you guys any longer. Like I said, I'm really grateful that you guys have stuck it out and watched so long and listened. It's just going to get more intense and crazy from here with Kim Davis. And then after her testimony, we're going to do Elaine Taylor, the crime lab analyst. Dr. Silkman is going to weigh in. He's got information that he can be going over between now and then. So he won't be listening to this blind and cold. He'll have information that he will be able to contribute with. So we know how great that's going to be. So unless there's any other comments from anybody on the panel, Jack?
Well, I mean, the only thing that's of, going on now is these phone calls that I got, between Jody and Chuck and Ma Avery. And, oh my God. They're really informative, for anyone that's following that case. It's been a real eye opener.
I watched last night's live today.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
TJ.
Yeah.
It's Okie lawyer speak. Maybe he can translate, he says.
Maybe I can.
So,
yeah, he can.
But we'll be finishing up on Sundays over in Mike. There's 12 calls left, and I'm trying to get these converted as quick as I can. It's just it takes me about 10 minutes or so to get it converted and uploaded, and all the yada yada yada. And there's actually one. I don't know what was playing in the background. I've not had time to go listen. The one we got, it wasn't a strike, but it was a complaint. Something was clearly music or something was playing in the background for like 20 seconds of the recording, and they've copyrighted. So anyway, that's irritating. But yeah, I can't even remember any music playing. I just don't, But whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. Anyway, I'm getting these converted and uploaded as quickly as I can, and I'm going to do some more tonight. So hopefully I can get, whatever amount done before I say, you know what, I'm done for the day.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know you do. It's tedious, because I want to make sure that, each call the time is correct, the thumbnail's correct and all that stuff. So for any researchers out there that are, doing their thing.
Right.
And then of course, reading with the crew on Saturday. That's going to be part 2. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep. Full show. All right. Kay, any last comments besides I know you got to get out of here?
No, man.
Yep,
Thanks for hanging with us. That was long.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. And Susan, any last comments?
No, man.
All right. Well, we're going to end it here. Like I said, thank you guys who are still watching and listening. We really, really appreciate it. It's going to be even better next week. So, tell your friends, share, and, make sure that people know that this is getting crazier and juicier. So we're going to do even more next week. And like I said, make sure folks know that Dr. Soapman's going to be on with us, because that's always a crowd pleaser, having the doc on with us.
Absolutely.
So having said all of that, we are going to take off. And until next time, peace out.
Bye. Good night.